The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., November 19th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Daniel Muser to act as Speaker Pro Tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2024, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have good news and bad news to share as we celebrate National Apprenticeship Week. Let's get the bad news out of the way first. The Biden-Harris administration has taken steps that would destroy the apprenticeship model. Just look at the Department of Labor's nearly 800-page proposed apprenticeship rule. This is irresponsible and reckless because we know apprenticeships are a proven strategy in closing the nation's skills gap. With 8 million open jobs in the U.S., expanding apprenticeships will be critical to keep the American economy growing. Not only does the Department of Labor's proposed apprenticeship rule blatantly circumvent Congress, but more to the point, it sets up a regulatory gauntlet that will limit employer and sponsor participation in apprenticeships. This will effectively close a route into the workforce for Americans seeking an alternative to a baccalaureate degree. Currently registered apprenticeship programs in the United States constitute only 0.3% of the labor force, a significantly lower share than many other developed countries. Further, these apprenticeships have yet to gain a foothold in growing industries like healthcare and information technology. One reason for this is that employers are discouraged from participating, and the NPRM only provides them with more reasons to stay away. Instead of buoying up the sinking ship, the administration's proposed rule smothers an already underutilized system with more red tape and a one-size-fits-all mandates. In fact, even President Biden seems to recognize that the rule will deter sponsors and employers from voluntary participation, since he had to issue an executive order directing federal agencies to coerce job creators to subject their apprenticeship programs to federal control. What's more, the proposed rule expands federal control over apprenticeships, injects political ideology and DEI mandates into the apprenticeship system, and imposes significant burdens on apprenticeship sponsors and employers. Here's just one example of the NPRM's expansion of control. It eliminates the competency-based model that currently permits registered apprenticeship programs to measure skill acquisition through the demonstrated attainment of competencies instead of the amount of time spent on the job learning. Competency is increasingly becoming the currency of the labor market, as more employers are focusing on the skills a worker possesses, not how long it takes to acquire them. Why would the Department of Labor move apprenticeships in the opposite direction and eliminate the competency-based model, a model that has been referred to as the, quote, bread and butter, end quote, of apprenticeship expansion? The people most injured by the current administration's regulatory overreach are American workers who are eager to find routes to economic independence that avoid the ballooning costs and depreciating values of a baccalaureate degree. Now it's time for the good news. Under the second Trump administration, Americans can look forward to an apprenticeship liberation that benefits students, workers, and job creators. In his previous administration, President Trump presided over a booming workforce that emphasized on-the-job learning, upskilling, and reskilling opportunities for American students and workers. His industry-recognized apprenticeship program was part of this success. Under the second Trump administration, we look forward to a renewal of this expansion of apprenticeship opportunities, which is so central to maintaining America's economic leadership in the world. Job creators are on the front lines of their respective industries every day, and they understand the exact skills workers need to be successful. We should empower them to provide their workers with tools for success, and we look forward to doing so under the second Trump administration through the expansion of the apprenticeship program. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor my constituent, Dr. Sonia Chaudhry Irwin, a trailblazing civic leader from Glen Ellen devoted to engaging and strengthening her community and our democracy. A respected leader, she works to address the important issues in our country, such as healthcare, education, immigration, press freedom, and the impact of money in politics, and so much more. As the Vice President of the League of Women Voters of the United States, Sonia works to inform constituents, empower voters, and defend our democracy across the country and Illinois' 3rd Congressional District. She also leads nonpartisan initiatives to increase voter participation, ensuring that our local communities make their voices heard. As the co-founder of One Community, Dr. Irwin works to advance social justice initiatives in DuPage County, focusing on programs and actions that build community. Her efforts and her advocacy have resulted in the formation of Community Relations Commission, in which she serves as the chair, spearheading policies, initiatives, and resources that create a more equitable and more inclusive society for all. On behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, I commend Dr. Irwin for her inspiring leadership, her commitment to justice, and her unwavering service to our community and to our nation. Thank you, Dr. Irwin. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Sister Marta Chehan, a woman who has profoundly transformed and has profoundly transformed the lives of Polish immigrant families and uplifted single mothers in Illinois. Born in Samkowice, Poland, Sister Marta's duty to humanity has led her across the globe, serving in Australia before arriving to the United States in 2000. Here, she recognized a pressing need to support mothers and their children who were vulnerable to homelessness, to hunger, and to the lack of assistance. Ultimately, Sister Marta established a single mother's home in 2008. The Single Mother's Home offers essential services from legal assistance to mental health support, empowering women to rebuild their lives. For nearly 15 years, Sister Marta has provided refuge, hope, and a path to independence for over 140 mothers and 180 children, including those who've experienced domestic violence. To this day, these families maintain a close bond with Sister Marta, who considers them family. I want to commend on this day Sister Marta for her compassion, for her resilience, and for her unwavering community service, and her commitment to ensure that all of us are seen. May we be inspired by her. May we be encouraged by her, and be reminded that it is our responsibility to serve others. Jen Kuya, thank you, Sister Marta. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, over the past several years, there has been a sharp increase in hostile and adversarial nations kidnapping of American citizens and holding them for ransom. While these Americans are being held hostage, the last thing that they and their families need is more bureaucratic red tape here at home. The fact that the IRS has been charging these hostages with late fees and penalizing them for failing to file their tax returns is yet another sign of the agency's failure to serve the American people. It is time for the House to pass the Stop Terror Financing and Tax Penalties on American Hostages Act, which will address this issue and support these Americans during one of the most challenging times in their lives. An equally important component of this bill is that it would revoke the tax-exempt status of organizations who support terrorist groups like Hamas. No organization that supports terrorist groups should have tax shelters here in the United States. It is time to stand with our allies and Americans, and we need to pass this bill. And I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 9495, the Stop Terror Financing and Tax Penalties on American Hostages Act. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, 161 years ago today, President Abraham Lincoln stood before a group of soldiers, citizens, and elected officials to deliver the Gettysburg Address. His words offered a chance to reflect on the terrible cost that this battle had brought to Gettysburg, to the soldiers who had fought there, and to our nation that was strained by years of a devastating civil war. Here in Congress, I have the honor to represent Gettysburg and the National Military Park. Today, the park does incredible work to tell the story of Gettysburg and to preserve the memory of all of those who have fought during this historic battle. Please join me in remembering the words of President Lincoln, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that the government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
Gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Chairman Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize National American Education Week. National American Education Week is a time to acknowledge the vital role education plays in shaping not just individual lives, but the future of our great nation. Education is a foundation upon which our nation is built, communities thrive, and progress is made. Every child who walks through the doors of a classroom carries with them the potential to lead, innovate, and inspire. It is our collective responsibility as educators, parents, and community members to ensure that students have every tool and every opportunity to succeed. Every student across our nation has the right to an education. As a senior member of the Education Workforce Committee, I've advocated for common sense legislation that uplifts our students and educators nationwide. Chief among these is the All Children Are Equal, or ACE Act. This bipartisan legislation would reform the discriminatory Title I formula to ensure that equity and fairness for school districts with high concentrations of poverty. School funding should never be based on a child's zip code, and I will continue to work to ensure that federal funding is fairly and equitably distributed across our country. Additionally, as co-chair of the Bipartisan Career and Technical Education Caucus, I'm proud to continue my longstanding support and commitment to advancing CTE and investing additional resources in these highly successful programs that create rungs on a ladder of opportunity. CTE provides students with the skills they need to succeed in life, and I'll continue to support efforts that help students and families of all ages make the right decisions for their careers. I'm proud to lead on the Counseling for Career Choice Act, which provides additional resources to school counselors so that they can better equip students with the knowledge and the information necessary to make informed decisions about their educational journeys and future careers. Students are our future, and the common sense legislation I have supported uplifts students to create a skilled workforce. National American Education Week is a celebration of everyone who makes education possible. First, we honor our teachers, the unsung heroes who dedicate themselves to the mission of shaping minds. Their passion, patience, and perseverance are the lifeblood of our schools. A great teacher does more than deliver lessons. They ignite curiosity, build confidence, and cultivate a love for learning that lasts a lifetime. We also recognize the students, who are the heart of the education system. Each one brings unique talents, challenges, and aspirations. It is their drive and determination to remind us of why this work is so important. They are the leaders of tomorrow, and investing in them today is the wisest decision that we can make. And let us not forget the support staff, the counselors, cafeteria workers, custodians, bus drivers, administrators. They create the environments in which learning can flourish. Their contributions, often behind the scenes, are the essentials in holding our schools together. And of course, we celebrate the families who support their children's education at home. Their encouragement and involvement play a crucial role in a student's academic success. Mr. Speaker, National American Education Week is not just about education. It's about our nation's values. It's about our belief in the promise of every child and the power of a community united behind them. And together we can ensure that the doors of opportunity remain open to all, and in doing so, secure a brighter future for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Dr. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in recognition of Military Family Appreciation Month, a time to honor the families who stand as the true backbone of our military community. As someone from a proud military family, I know the sacrifices made by those who serve are only possible because of the unwavering support of their families. I enlisted at 18 and served for 24 years, from the Vietnam era to the Gulf War, both on active duty and in the reserves. Throughout my years in the military, I had the privilege of serving alongside 5 of my 8 siblings. My husband and my father also served our country. None of us would have been able to do this without the strength and support of our family. This month, we celebrate military families, the silent heroes behind every service member's success. To all military families, thank you for your sacrifices and your unwavering commitment to our nation's freedom. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the St. Ambrose University Veterans Legacy Project, which is working to cement the legacies of over 25,000 of our veterans at Rock Island Arsenal in the Quad Cities. Over Veterans Day weekend, I had the pleasure of meeting some of the individuals involved in this essential process. Their team of dedicated volunteers work diligently to ensure the lives and careers of so many of our veterans are not forgotten. They document the service and lives of veterans ranging from the Civil War until today. As a veteran, it inspires me to see young people who care so deeply about these personal sacrifices and American history. The detail and level of care which is put into this operation is breathtaking, speaking with friends and families of these servicemen and women to ensure nothing is forgotten. Without these men and women, many of whom gave the ultimate sacrifice, we would not be able to enjoy the freedoms we have today. It is my hope that this project can shine a spotlight on veterans' issues and the importance of safeguarding our history. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the incredible students from over 16 Quad City high schools who raised 787,186 meals for the Riverbend Food Bank during the 38th Annual Student Hunger Drive. Through their hard work, creativity, and leadership, these students have had a profound impact on their community. By organizing events like Penny Wars and competing to raise the most meals, they not only provided vital resources, but also united the community in their fight against hunger. Every meal they collected will go to those in need. I'm incredibly proud to represent these young leaders in Congress, and I have no doubt they will continue to make a difference in the Quad Cities and beyond. I ask my colleagues to join me in congratulating them for their dedication and commitment to service. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the life of John West, an exceptional Iowan who passed away far too soon. Born on May 24, 1971 in Mason City, John was a devoted husband to Tammy, father to TJ and Ashley, and grandfather to Rhea Lou and Lyra John. He dedicated 30 years to Winnebago Industries, rising from an entry-level position to lead manufacturing engineer, where his innovations benefited both the company and his community. John served 2 terms on the City Council of Forest City, showing his deep commitment to giving back. A 4th-generation Iowan, he cherished his heritage and loved farming with friends, Jay and Kevin. Above all, John's greatest joy was his family. His legacy lives on through them, and his impact on his community endures. John was a proud Iowan, dedicated to his family, his work, and his state. He will be deeply missed. Mr. Speaker, this weekend, on Saturday, November 23rd, the Iowa Hawkeyes play the Maryland Terrapins. Go Hawks! I want to wish a very happy birthday to my good friend, Austin Harris. Happy birthday, Austin. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Lesko, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize someone whose service and leadership has been instrumental to the welfare of constituents in Arizona's 8th Congressional District, my district director, Keith Fort. Keith began his service to the 8th District in May of 2021 in Surprise, Arizona's office, and has been a steadfast leader throughout his tenure. A 21-year U.S. Air Force veteran, Keith brings exceptional leadership experience to guide staff, manage congressional operations, and solve federal constituent issues. He led our staff in the successful completion of over 5,000 cases, which put well over $13 million back in the pockets of my constituents. Keith has made an incredible impact on the lives of constituents and is an invaluable member of my team. Keith is dedicated, hardworking, honest, loyal. He's a great employee and a great human being. I would like to thank Keith Fort for his leadership and service to me and the 8th Congressional District. His dedication, leadership, and effectiveness were critical in the success of our constituent service programs and improved the lives of those living in our district. Thank you, Keith, for your service. You will be missed. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a member of my district staff, Michael Tree, for his dedication and service to the constituents of Arizona's 8th Congressional District. Michael Tree, a U.S. Air Force veteran, serves as the Military and Veteran Community Liaison in my Surprise, Arizona District office. Michael expertly navigated problems for over 1,000 constituents who had issues with various federal agencies, but primarily fought to help veterans with the benefits they earned after service to our country. As a result, he directly saved constituents over $2.3 million, which is an incredible achievement and service to my constituents. Michael also displayed leadership abilities by managing my yearly Service Academy nomination process and Military and Veteran Advisory Board. I would like to thank Michael Tree for his leadership and service to the 8th Congressional District. His dedication and determination were critical to the success of our constituent service programs and improved the lives of those living in our district. Thank you, Michael Tree. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Baird, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I request 1 minute to address the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Carrie Shepard, who's the chief of the Cloverdale Township Volunteer Fire Department, for winning the 2024 Indiana Emergency Response Conference Volunteer Fire Chief of the Year Award. Carrie Shepard was nominated in his selfless and unwavering commitment to the Cloverdale Township Volunteer Fire Department, and he became a volunteer firefighter over 35 years ago to promote safety and preparedness for the Cloverdale community. He has continuously fostered strong relationships with the fire department and the community around through the volunteering and public service. Carrie won the Volunteer Fire Chief of the Year Award for his outstanding leadership capabilities, his perseverance during the full-time night shift jobs, and his continuous dedication to volunteer. I am grateful for his exceptional service to our Central Indiana communities, and I congratulate him on this outstanding accomplishment. Mr. Speaker, I rise in honor of Derek Wyatt of the Greencastle Fire Department for winning the 2024 Indiana Emergency Response Conference Fire Chief Officer of the Year Award. Derek Wyatt has demonstrated exceptional leadership and dedication and was recently promoted to captain after 6 years as a lieutenant. He showed extraordinary commitment during an incident in February of 24 where he supported EMS staff in maintaining the well-being of a pediatric cardiac arrest patient. Derek is also active in his community through volunteering with other fire departments and taking part in peer mentoring and engaging others who struggle with mental health. Derek won the Fire Officer of the Year Award for setting an exemplary standard of work, his outstanding professionalism, and his commitment to the continuous improvement of the fire department. I am proud to congratulate him on winning this award, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Carey, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in memory of Johnny and Matthew Goudreau. Last month, my home team, the Columbus Blue Jackets, played their season opener against the Florida Panthers. Each player wore a patch on their jersey bearing number 13, the number previously worn by their teammate, Johnny. Johnny, or Johnny Hockey to his friends, played 10 full seasons for the NHL and was about to begin his third season with the Columbus Blue Jackets. His brother Matthew was up and coming hockey coach following a professional career as a player in the AHL, ECHL, and Sweden. In August, Johnny and his brother Matthew were killed when they were struck by a drunk driver while on a bike ride. It was the day before their sister's wedding. Johnny and Matthew are beloved by their family, their community. Johnny is survived by his wife, Meredith, their 2 children, Noah and Johnny Jr. Matthew is survived by his wife, Madeline. Both Meredith and Madeline were expecting children. The Columbus community will never forget Johnny, Matthew. And while their athletic talents were extraordinary, we can still learn from their example. We can emulate their strong work ethic, their love for their family, and their spirit. To all who love them, may their memory be a blessing. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of the Police Department of London, Ohio. Last week, officers Dylan Fout and Denise Dye brought a missing autistic 5-year-old home to his family. Last Tuesday, the officers were on patrol when they spotted a young boy walking alone. However, when they turned their cruiser around to check on him, he had disappeared. The officers continued their pursuit on foot, where they found the boy floating in the creek. He was conscious and breathing, but the 40-degree water could have quickly become a life-threatening issue. Thanks to these officers and their quick action, the boy was rescued by the London Fire Department medics and were able to provide the emergency that he needed. We commend Officers Fout and Officer Dye for their service to our community and share our gratitude that this boy could come home safe to his family. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of National Caregiver Month. 48 million Americans are family caregivers. The care they provide allows their loved ones to age independently at home. From preparing meals, helping with bathing, feeding, and dressing, to assisting with financial and legal matters, the work is done by family caregivers is essential. In my home state of Ohio, family caregivers provide nearly 1.4 billion hours of care every day. That adds up to 21 billion in unpaid labor per year, saving taxpayers billions. We know that families want to support their loved ones through illness in the aging place, but many of them can't do so without our help. We are proud to introduce the Credit for Caring Act, which would create a federal tax credit for family caregivers who use their own money to take care of their loved ones. This National Caregiver Month, I encourage my colleagues to stand with me and support family caregivers. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight a remarkable individual from our great Commonwealth of Virginia, Nancy Howell Agee. Nancy was born at Roanoke Memorial Hospital, and it was here that she also began her journey into nursing at just 18 years old, a journey fueled by her passion for servant leadership. Over the last 50 years, Nancy has dedicated herself to the health of our community. Starting as a nurse, she rose to the role of president and CEO of Carilion Roanoke Memorial Hospital, making her the only female top executive in that position. Under her leadership, the hospital has flourished, forging vital partnerships with Virginia Tech to establish a new medical school and Radford University's premier nursing program. These initiatives are essential to keeping world-class talent in the Roanoke Valley. As she retires, we must recognize her contributions, especially the future projects she leaves behind, including the new Crystal Springs Tower and the highly anticipated Taubman Cancer Center. Mr. Speaker, please join me in honoring Nancy Howell Agee for her unwavering service and her lasting impact she has made on the Roanoke Valley. We wish her all the best in her well-deserved retirement. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an extraordinary leader in Virginia agriculture, Wayne Pryor. This December, Wayne will retire as president of the Virginia Farm Bureau Federation after 18 remarkable years of service as state president. His dedication goes back even further, having previously served as vice president and as a member of the board since 1988. Wayne's contributions to farming haven't gone unnoticed. He was named Virginia Farm Bureau's Eastern District Young Farmer of the Year early in his career and received the organization's Warren Beach Award in 2005, a testament to his commitment to nurturing future leaders in the agriculture industry. His accolades also include the honorary American FFA degree, highlighting his dedication to agriculture, education, and FFA. Wayne's impact extends beyond Virginia. He serves on the board of the American Farm Bureau Federation and is involved with several key organizations within the agriculture community. Additionally, Virginia Business Magazine has recognized him multiple times in its annual Virginia 500 list of the Commonwealth's most influential business, government, and political leaders. Mr. Speaker, Wayne Pryor's leadership has made a lasting impact on the agriculture community and on Virginia itself. We thank him for his service and wish him the best in his well-deserved retirement. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Roanoke Catholic School girls track and field team for winning the 2024 Virginia Independent Schools Athletic Association Division II State Championship. After finishing second or third in the last 3 years, the Celtics were determined to improve. With hard work and technique, strength training, and practice, they made their championship dreams a reality. The achievement reflects the dedication of both the athletes and their coaches, Jason Smith, Sarah Planta, PJ Moyer, Erica Barger, and Brandy Smith. I want to especially recognize Jason for being named VISAA Girls Outdoor Division II Coach of the Year. This year's exceptional roster: Aubrey Aaron, Sophia Bradley, Allison Brundrett, Eva Caniglione, Bailey Cundiff, Barrett Cundiff, Charlie Floyd, Annie Kovatz, Justin Lavore, Nicole Medina Salinas, Mickey O'Haran, Ellie Patel, Carly Smith, Natalie Smith, and Sydney Witt has the honor of bringing home this historic title, marking the first girls track and field championship for Roanoke Catholic and the first private school to win a team title at the Cosmopolitan Invitational. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the Roanoke Catholic School girls track and field team on this remarkable achievement. It's a great honor to have such talent in Virginia's 6th Congressional District. Mr. Speaker, today I want to honor the remarkable life of a true patriot from Virginia's 6th District, Mr. Leonard Kramer, who recently passed away at the remarkable age of 100. Leonard exemplified what it means to serve our country. During World War II, he has proudly served in the United States Navy as an electrician on the USS Urban, a Fletcher-class destroyer in the Pacific. His bravery earned him 6 battle stars, showcasing his dedication and sacrifice. Beyond his military service, Leonard was a pillar of the community. He led as president of the Winchester Host Lions Club for 3 years, supported Little League baseball programs, and even had the honor of playing baseball with Joe DiMaggio at Yankee Stadium. His generous spirit and love for his community contribute to inspiring us all. As we remember Mr. Leonard Kramer, let us celebrate his extraordinary life, his wartime sacrifices, and his lifelong commitment to Virginia and our nation. Thank you, Leonard, for your service and dedication. May he rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lopez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Hispanic community. On November 5th, our nation turned the page of history with an election of a Republican president and a Republican-controlled Congress. This is a defining moment in our nation's history, as a sleeping giant has arisen that will forever determine the future of our nation, the Hispanic vote. For the first time in American history, nearly 50% of my Hispanic brothers and sisters voted their values of faith, family, and freedom, and voted Republican. To my Republican brothers and sisters, I urge you to seize this moment. I firmly believe that the Hispanic vote not only saved America, but also saved the American dream that we all aspire to achieve by electing President Trump. Why do I believe that? I'm glad you asked. First, I firmly believe that our misguided brothers and sisters of the Democrat Party would still be in positions of leadership if it wasn't for the Hispanic voters that decided to fire them and hire new leadership. Let me remind you that we are all Americans, and as Americans, we want leaders that care about us, that understand us, and most importantly, that listen to what we have to say and treat us with respect. We believe in work and opportunity. We believe that dignity and respect come from hard work and providing for our families. We believe we play a role in the tapestry and future of America, and we are one of the many communities that are the lifeblood of this nation. I am a living example of this belief. Second, the American dream, something that for generations so many of us came to this country to pursue, is being destroyed as job opportunities are dwindling and the cost of living is becoming unbearable. Soaring inflation has made it increasingly difficult for families to make ends meet and for our children to achieve the American dream. As an American from Mexican descent, I am proud to stand here today and witness my community break free from the Democrat Party. It is a shift that not only reflects the frustration many of us feel but also the recognition that the values that truly resonate within the Hispanic community, values such as faith, family, and freedom, are in line with the core principles of the Republican Party. These are not just abstract concepts. They are the foundation of our lives, the very essence of what made this country great. Faith has always been a central part to the Hispanic community. It is our guiding light in times of trial and our source of hope for the future. We want our newly elected Republican president to stand firm in his commitment to protect religious freedom. Whether it's defending the rights of churches to operate freely or standing up for the religious freedoms of all Americans, the Republican Party is a party that understands the importance of faith in daily lives. Family is another cornerstone of our community. Hispanic families are close-knit, resilient, and supportive. We prioritize our families above all else, and we want to ensure that our next generation has the opportunity to thrive in a country that offers them safety, prosperity, and the ability to achieve their dreams. Under the leadership of the Republican Party, we will again see policies that continue to promote family values, policies such as tax cuts helping working families and support of school choice. These are the kinds of policies that truly uplift families, and they are policies that have resonated with Hispanic Americans. Finally, freedom. We live in a country where each person has the opportunity to pursue their dreams, to work hard, and to succeed on their own terms. It's what drew so many of us to the America in the first place. The Republican Party will continue to stand strong in defending the individual freedoms, whether it's economic freedom, the right to bear arms, or the freedom to speak our minds. November 5th was a pivotal day in American politics. It wasn't just a victory of one party or one candidate. It was a victory for the values that have always been at the heart of the Hispanic community. Latinos are rejecting the extreme agenda of the Democrat Party, and they are finding a new home in the Republican Party, one that will put their interests first, defend their values, and ensure their voices are heard. This is only the beginning. The Hispanic community in America is waking up to the reality that the Republican Party offers a better path forward. 2025 marks the beginning of a new chapter for the Hispanic community, a chapter that will be defined by prosperity, safety, and opportunity, all of which will return under the leadership of President Trump. So as we look to the future, let us be clear. The Hispanic community is no longer a guaranteed vote for the Democrat Party. We are standing up, we are speaking out, and we will never stop. Together, we will continue to build a future where every American, regardless of their background, can achieve the American dream. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, America has spoken. Our country has told us clearly it's time to go in a new direction. It's morning in America. As the sun rises, it brings hope, optimism, and opportunity, but it also brings the realization we're in a mess. President-elect Trump appointed Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy to lead the Department of Government Efficiency. Their goal, to dismantle the out-of-control bureaucracy, cut wasteful programs, and restructure federal agencies. Taking on Crazy Town is no easy task. Elon and Vivek will need partners in Congress to accomplish many of the cuts that are necessary to rein in the unelected bureaucrats who have enjoyed unchecked power for far too long. Mr. Speaker, that's why I've created the Delivering Outstanding Government Efficiency Caucus. The DOGE Caucus will work with President Trump, Elon, and Vivek to reduce fraud, waste, and abuse. Together, we will take bold steps to end Washington's reckless spending addiction. I invite my colleagues to join us in this effort. Together, we will strengthen the America First agenda. Let's go get them. Mr. Speaker, everybody knows that Stanton College Preparatory School in Jacksonville, Florida, is home of the Blue Devils. But I just heard some news that blew me away. Stanton is now home to a national blue ribbon. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Stanton for earning a brand new blue ribbon from the Department of Education. From over 100,000 eligible schools, Stanton was one of the 356 nationwide to be given the very prestigious National Blue Ribbon Award. As Duval County's first magnet school, Stanton specializes in getting the very best out of students and launching them to new heights. But they don't just excel in the classroom. To get the National Blue Ribbon Award, Stanton also proved its excellence in extracurricular activities and athletics. Stanton is known for fostering an extremely positive, supportive environment to ensure students succeed in every arena. I ask my colleagues to join me today in congratulating everyone at Stanton College Prep School for this monumental achievement. Blue Devils, wear those blue ribbons proudly. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? On this day, Lord, hear our voices as we speak from the depths of our hearts, our innermost concerns, and our deepest fears. Listen to our intent as we speak with our actions our profound desire to get things done and to make things better in our communities and in this country. God, you are not pleased with wickedness. Forgive us our grievous injury, both unintentional and calculated, to our colleagues and those closest to us. The arrogant cannot stand in your presence. Help us in the face of all that feeds our pride to humble ourselves before you. If we have done wrong, we pray your mercy. For the lives we have told and lived, we pray your reconciliation. For the deceit we slip into so easily, we pray your truth will redeem us. O God, our King and Savior, listen to our words, both spoken and unspoken, and consider our contrite hearts as we lay our requests before you and wait expectantly for you to answer. In your merciful name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, reply to extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. American families have suffered under disastrous Biden-Harris energy policies, including regulatory attacks, destroying jobs, and increasing prices. Biden-Harris halted sales of liquefied natural gas, financing war criminal Putin and the murderous Iranian regime, hurting allies purchasing American energy. Since Biden, Americans have lost over $4,400 in higher energy costs. Gas prices reached a historic high of over $5 a gallon. Reduced American strategic stockpile to 40-year low. House Republicans support energy independence this week with the Committing Leases for Energy Access Now Act to increase geothermal leases. President Donald Trump has nominated Chris Wright as Secretary of Energy, and as a former Reagan Energy Department alumnus myself, representing the Savannah River site, I know his background will lead to the development of small modular reactors. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. Trump will reinstate existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Juniper Helps, a nonprofit organization in Worcester, Massachusetts, doing remarkable work to improve food security amongst Worcester Public School students. Led by Julie McDonald, Juniper Helps runs food pantries in 6 public schools in my hometown of Worcester, offering snacks and easy-to-make meals for students who need them the most. Many of these young people face the heartbreaking reality of unstable housing, and for them a nutritious meal isn't just food, it's a source of stability and hope. Julie saw this critical need in our community and has rallied a powerful coalition of local businesses, nonprofits, and government agencies to make sure local students have nutritious meals and snacks when the school is out of session. Food is love, Mr. Speaker, and Juniper Helps is reminding us all of our responsibility to ensure that every child has continued access to nutritious food. Their work is inspiring and a critical safety net for kids as we work to end hunger now for all. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate 2 of the Virgin Islands students on their accomplishments in the Florida Caribbean Cruise Association essay contest, which gives youths throughout the Caribbean the opportunity to advance their scholastic endeavors. I'm immensely proud of these students for their unique perspective on how to promote sustainable cruise line tourism. I want to congratulate Ms. Rachel Guzman Ramirez on her first place in the senior division, and Mr. Tyler Ian Antonio Chung for his second place in the junior division. One of the Virgin Islands' economic mainstays is tourism, which is heavily impacted by cruise ship industry. In the 2023-2024 season, cruise tourism contributed to more than $258 million to the Virgin Islands economy. It's imperative that we in Congress continue to support sustainable tourism that accounts for climate change, community investment, and environmentally friendly practices so that the Virgin Islands can continue to be America's paradise and we can compete with other Caribbean islands. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1576 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 95, House Resolution 1576. Resolved that any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 1449 to amend the Geothermal Steam Act of 1970 to increase the frequency of lease sales, to require replacement sales, and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. No amendment to the bill shall be in order except those printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill to the House with such amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and amendments thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 9495 to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to postpone tax deadlines and reimburse paid late fees for United States nationals who are unlawfully or wrongfully detained or held hostage abroad, to terminate the tax-exempt status of terrorist-supporting organizations and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are here to debate the rule providing for consideration of H.R. 9495 and H.R. 1449. The rule provides for H.R. 1449 to be considered under a structured rule. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their designees. The rule further provides for H.R. 9495 to be considered under a closed rule. 1 hour of debate each, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their designees. The rule provides for a motion to recommit for each bill. We have had our eyes opened to a lot in the wake of last year's horrifying October 7th attack in Israel. We have been reminded of how much anti-Semitism still somehow exists in our own country, and as we saw American citizens taken hostages by Hamas. We were also sadly reminded that many Americans who have been taken hostage or illegally detained across the world. H.R. 9495, the Stop Terror Financing and Tax Penalties on American Hostages Act, is twofold. First, it directs the IRS to disregard the time during which a person being held hostage for purposes of when that person filed their tax returns, paid income taxes, or filed a claim. This will also be true for their spouses. This is a small thing, given the circumstances they have endured, but an obvious one. So obvious that it sounds silly to say it out loud, that someone should not have to worry about missing the deadline to file their taxes because they were being held hostage. This bill also addresses abuses within the nonprofit sector that support terrorism by prohibiting these organizations from maintaining their tax-exempt status if they are found to have provided material support or resources to a terrorist or terrorist-supporting organization. After October 7th and the anti-Semitism that spread rapidly across campuses, the House Ways and Means Committee began investigating tax-exempt organizations to make sure they were not making contributions that would benefit terrorists. It seems fairly obvious that if your organization is supporting terrorist activity in any way, shape, or form, you should, at a minimum, lose your tax-exempt status. This bill is so sensible, it should have been able to pass under suspension, and yet somehow the Democrats still do not understand the wish of the American people. Americans want to protect their citizens and not support terrorism. It is that simple. I cannot understand how many of my colleagues voted against this bill last week, but I will be proud to vote for it again. This rule also provides consideration for H.R. 1499, the Committing Leases for Energy Access Now, or the CLEAN Act, which will provide certainty for U.S. geothermal energy projects. Right now, the Department of the Interior is required to hold a competitive lease sale every 2 years. However, some states have not had a lease sale for much longer than that. Under this legislation, the Secretary of the Interior must hold these sales annually and must respond to the permit applications within 30 days of receipt to let the applicant know if their application is complete. If it is, the Secretary has 30 days to issue a final decision. Geothermal energy is clean and renewable, making it a great way to expand America's energy portfolio and meet our growing demand domestically rather than relying on other nations. I look forward to supporting these two bills, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentlelady from Minnesota for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 1449, the Committing Leases for Energy Access Now Act, enforces unreasonable deadlines on geothermal energy permitting that shuts the public out of the process so my colleagues on the other side can do their favorite thing, shut out the American people and rush things through in a way that could harm the environment and hurt the public safety. That's what they're good at. The second bill is the so-called Stop Terror Financing and Tax Penalties on American Hostages Act. Mr. Speaker, I think we can all agree that families who are held hostage shouldn't be responsible for paying IRS fines or penalties. I mean, I think that's a no-brainer. I think, in fact, I know that it has already passed the Senate. We could take up that bill and pass it today, send it right to the President's desk. Or we could pass a House bill that's been introduced, which would do the same thing, ensure that hostage victims don't get charged IRS fines. If my friends had brought either of those bills up, they could be sent to the President's desk and signed very, very quickly, as I said. But that's not what we're doing, and that's not what we're voting on. Because this bill, the one they're bringing up, has been hijacked and turned into a vehicle to give the incoming administration the ability to revoke the nonprofit status of any advocacy group they want, simply by labeling them as terrorist sympathizers. So that means the President will acquire the power to just unilaterally accuse an American group of terrorism and then shut them down. Now, I have to tell you, I just came back from a CODEL in El Salvador. That's how they do things down there. The government doesn't like you, boom, you're a terrorist. But I'm sure the party that talks so much about weaponizing the government, that talks so much about reining in the federal government, that they have put some guardrails in here, right? Wrong. There are no guardrails. No guardrails for an administration that says it will go after the enemy within. Just a bill that gives them the power to do it on day one. This is nuts. A university has too many protests against Donald Trump. Terrorists. Environmental group suing the administration in court. Terrorists. Think tanks that think differently than Donald Trump. Terrorists. That's what this bill does. People say the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Well, Mr. Speaker, the road to fascism in America is paved with 1 million little votes that slowly erode our democracy and make it easier to go after anyone who disagrees with the government. No due process or right to appeal in this bill. No proof required. Donald Trump says you're a terrorist, so you're a terrorist. It's beyond nuts, and my friends on the other side of the aisle know that even if they don't want to admit it. So, Mr. Speaker, I strongly urge a no vote on this rule and on the underlying legislation, and I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady of Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Democrat colleagues continue over and over and over to try to demonize and vilify President-elect Trump. They just spent months trying to turn him into the boogeyman who is going to destroy this country and create chaos. Voters flatly rejected this attempt by Democrats to paint President-elect Trump as a fascist or a dictator, all kinds of names they came up with. Instead, they sent him back to the White House and gave him a majority in the Senate and a majority in the House. Yet here, my Democrat colleagues are again trying to use Donald Trump to scare their voters. The truth is, under President Trump's previous administration, we had terrorists on the run, and Americans at home and abroad were safer than they have ever been under this administration. So while my Democrat colleagues are desperately trying to find a way to justify allowing American nonprofits to send money to terrorists, House Republicans stand ready to defund terrorism and make America safe again. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker. Reserve, I'm sorry. Reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, I just would respond to the gentlelady by saying it wasn't me, but it was Donald Trump who said he'd be a dictator on day one. It was Donald Trump who talked about the enemy from within and actually mentioned individuals who are in the United States House of Representatives and in the United States Senate. So forgive me if I'm a little concerned about somebody who would say such things on the campaign trail, and now coming into power again. Forgive me if I'm a little concerned about how he might abuse the power that my friends on the other side of the aisle seem so eager to give him. No due process, no nothing. Donald Trump says he doesn't like you, he'll label you as a terrorist, and he'll shut you down. I mean, they're talking now about recess appointments in the United States Senate. They don't want to do FBI background checks. They don't want to do confirmation processes where Members of both sides of the aisle get to question potential cabinet officials and be able to find out whether they're fit for office. No, rush everything through, no questions asked, just take it, take him at his word. So no, I will say, I'm on the floor today sounding the alarm bells. We should be concerned. We should be concerned. Maya Angelou had this great line in which she said, when somebody shows you who they are, believe them the first time. People did not vote for this stuff that we're doing today. People did not vote for, recess appointments. People voted their pocketbooks, and I understand why. And so I just want the record to reflect that there are some of us who are raising the alarm bells because this is the time, quite frankly, people should be concerned, when we could actually do something about it, where we could put some guardrails into place so the excesses that the president-elect talked about on the campaign don't become reality. I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do think it's rich that the Democrats are talking about, the President Trump going after these groups, because the Democrats went after, both under President Obama and under President Biden, have gone after conservative groups and tried to make them look like terrorists and trying to call them terrorists. And I think the bill simply wants to stop real terrorists and and stop those groups from receiving favored tax status under our tax laws, and making sure that we're addressing terrorism in the United States and abroad. And with that, I reserve.
Originally reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentlelady from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 12, a bill that would ensure that every American has full access to essential reproductive health care, including abortion care. Since the Dobbs decision, there are now 21 states who have banned or restricted abortion across the country. And without this fundamental right, women are suffering. In Texas, in Georgia, in Indiana, the number of preventable deaths due to abortion bans is rising. This is the grim landscape that the incoming administration wants to maintain and even worsen. And I wish I could say that it won't get worse, but we know Republicans are fighting tooth and nail to strip more and more rights from Americans. That is why we must pass H.R. 12 to ensure that every American has full access to reproductive health care and to make sure that women's rights are protected no matter where they live. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remaining time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I do not believe any of what my Republican friends are talking about on the floor today is in line with what the American people voted for. They voted for cheaper groceries, not whatever the hell this stuff is. They are asking us to vote for a bill, my Republican friends, that would give the incoming administration the ability to revoke the nonprofit status of any advocacy group they want, just by labeling them as a terrorist sympathizer. A bill that would give President-elect Trump a new power to just unilaterally accuse an American group of terrorism and then shut them down. Again, no guardrails for an administration that says it will go after the enemy within. Just a bill that gives them power to do that on day one. And meanwhile, every decision that has been made by this incoming administration so far has not been about the American people. It has been about them. I'm reading the newspaper again this morning that they want to issue blank pardons to those who committed crimes on January 6th. Republicans call them political prisoners. I mean, these are people who were arrested, indicted, tried, and convicted by juries and judges in courtrooms across this country for violently attacking our brave law enforcement officers. People who smashed cops in the heads with metal barricades, who jammed them in doors until blood was coming out of their mouths. And the incoming administration is thinking about pardoning them? Let that sink in, everybody. Let that sink in. And before I'm accused of harping on January 6th, I'm not the one bringing it up. The incoming president-elect is. He won't shut up about it. So when I'm talking about my concerns over the bill we are considering here today, understand that these are not unfounded fears. The new administration is leaking plans to court-martial military officers who are not sufficiently loyal. Isn't that usually how things go in authoritarian dictatorships? Purge the military of anyone who might have a spine and refuse to obey an unlawful order. I mean, what the hell is going on here? And their cabinet picks so far? I mean, these are like beyond insane. Someone who is credibly accused of having sex with an underage girl. Someone who sucks up to foreign dictators and has attracted major concern that they can't be trusted to protect America's secrets from our adversaries. Someone who paid hush money to cover up a sexual assault accusation, to lead our military. He's picked because Donald Trump likes him on Fox News. Someone who says that tap water turns kids gay. I mean, this is the dream team? This is the dream team? Really? I mean, seriously, it would be funny if it weren't so sad. And hopefully, the United States Senate has a backbone and insists on a thorough confirmation process. Look, the truth is this. The truth is that this is not what people voted for. They voted for their pocketbooks, and frankly, I don't blame them. You know who I do blame? I blame the billionaires who have rigged our country against working people and spent the last 4 decades squeezing every penny they could out of people. I blame the politicians, including the incoming administration, who have abandoned workers and who have done nothing while the rich get richer and everyone else gets screwed. My friends on the other side, they want to blame trans people. Guess what? Trans people aren't the ones raising people's grocery prices. Big corporations are. They want to blame immigrants. And here's the deal. Immigrants aren't the ones denying health insurance claims, Mr. Speaker. It's the billion-dollar insurance companies that do that on a daily basis. And they want to blame woke this and woke that. What's woke about thinking special interests should not be able to buy tax breaks? What's woke about telling Chevron and Exxon that they can't dump toxic chemicals into our air and water? What's woke about thinking it's wrong to give tax breaks to billionaires while the rest of us get screwed? It is time for us to get serious about fixing this country and making sure it works for everyone. And instead, we have BS bills that allow the new administration to go after any group who disagrees with the government and shut them down. So my friends on the other side can keep doing whatever the hell this is. Good luck with that. But Democrats will be talking about the economy. We're going to talk about how we will make housing more affordable and lower your grocery bills. We're going to talk about taking on corporate greed and standing up to the donor class that buys off tax breaks for the rich and powerful. We're going to talk about the fact that billionaires pay less in taxes than teachers and police officers. And there is something deeply wrong with that, and it needs to change. And we're hearing from the Republicans already that they're planning a tax package that will what? Not help the middle class, not help those struggling to get in the middle class, but again, more tax breaks for the well-off and the well-connected. Really? Do you think that's what the American people voted for? We Democrats, we're going to talk about the inequality that has risen in this country under Democratic and Republican presidents, quite frankly, and the wages that have stagnated for decades and decades as prices go up and people get left behind. Democrats will be the party of working people in this country, and we are not going to go down every absurd rabbit hole that this majority digs in order to divide and distract us from our mission. As I've said before, and I'm going to say it again today, we will show up, and we will fight for the American people. Our allegiance is to you, the American people, not to Elon Musk, not to the billionaires and big donors, not to the oil tycoons, the insurance companies, CEOs that rip people off on a daily basis. Our allegiance is to you, the American people. And Mr. Speaker, as I said again, as I just mentioned, we will show up and we will fight tooth and nail every one of these policies that is designed to advantage those who are rich and powerful at the expense of those who work hard for a living, regular people, teachers and police officers and firefighters, people who work in factories. Those are the people who we will champion, and we're going to do everything we can to make sure that their voices are heard as my Republican friends move their agenda forward that really is about rewarding those who are well off and well connected. With that, Mr. Speaker, again, I urge a no vote on this rule. I urge a no vote on this lousy legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again, my colleague can't move on from the tired old lines. The same rhetoric we've heard for the last 4 years throughout the election. We've heard it, but I want to say the election is over. And I would urge the Democrats to please stop telling the American people what they voted for or what they should think, and start listening to the American people. The House Republicans are committed to the security and the prosperity of the American people, and the two bills before us are further evidence of that. The Clean Act supports domestic geothermal drilling, expanding our energy portfolio, and bringing more safe and efficient energy jobs to our country. It also ensures a timely application process through the Department of the Interior. The Stop Terror Financing and Tax Penalties on American Hostages Act takes away a small part of the burden for those who return to our country after experiencing the horrors of being held hostage, and it ensures that nonprofits that are receiving favored tax status are not contributing to the terrorist organizations in any way. These are straightforward pieces of legislation that are good for the American people. I support the rule and the underlying legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question of the resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's all right. The gentlelady yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The gentleman asks for yeas and nays. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of the Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Excuse me. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair. The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1576 and adoption of House Resolution 1576 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Any remaining electronic vote will be conducted as a 5-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 8 of the Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1576, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 95, House Resolution 1576. Resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 1449 to amend the Geothermal Steam Act of 1970 to increase the frequency of lease sales to require replacement sales and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 9495 to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to postpone tax deadlines and reimburse paid late fees for United States nationals who are unlawfully or wrongfully detained or held hostage abroad, to terminate the tax-exempt status of terrorist-supporting organizations and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change a vote? On this vote, the yeas are 210, the nays are 199. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote, please.
Gentlemen, a recorded vote is requested. Those in favoring recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change the vote? On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 203. Without objection, the resolution is adopted without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. This is to notify you formally, pursuant to Rule 8 of the Rules of the House of Representatives, that I, the Honorable Brian Fitzpatrick, U.S. Representative for the 1st Congressional District of Pennsylvania, have been served with a third-party subpoena to produce documents in litigation before the United States District Court for the District of Columbia. After consultation with the Office of General Counsel, I have determined that compliance with the subpoena is consistent with the privileges and rights of the House. Signed sincerely, Brian Fitzpatrick, Member of Congress.
Order. The House will be in order. Members are requested to take their conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 1449. And Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
Without objection, the House will be in order. Members are requested to take their conversations off the floor. Pursuant to House Resolution 1576 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 1449. The Chair appoints the gentleman from New York, Mr. LaLota, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The committee will come to order. The House is in the Committee of the Whole House in the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 1449, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend the Geothermal Steam Act of 1970 to increase the frequency of lease sales to require replacement sales and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stanberry, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Chair, I rise today in support of
The House will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today in support of H.R. 1449, the Committing Leases for Energy Access Now Act, or the CLEAN Act. First, I want to thank my friend and colleague, Representative Russ Fulcher, for being a leader on geothermal energy and for his dedication to this issue. Geothermal energy is poised to be an important part of America's energy portfolio. Some predictions indicate that geothermal energy could provide up to 90 gigawatts of electricity by 2050. These are great metrics and goals to strive for, but we will never reach this goal if we keep the status quo for permitting and leasing geothermal energy. Current law requires multiple layers of environmental review for geothermal projects, which leads to higher cost and longer development timelines compared to other power production efforts. H.R. 1449, the CLEAN Act, would streamline the federal leasing and permitting process for geothermal energy and spur the development of this renewable energy source in the United States. California is a prime example of a western state with huge geothermal potential, but a lease sale has not been held by DOI in that state since 2016. H.R. 1449 would fix lapses like this by requiring the Secretary of the Interior to hold annual geothermal lease sales rather than once every 2 years. It will also force the Secretary to hold a replacement lease sale if one is missed. In addition, this bill requires the Secretary of Interior to notify an applicant whether or not its geothermal drilling permit application is complete within 30 days of receiving the application. If Interior determines that the application is complete, then it must issue a final decision on the applications within 30 days. Some may argue that these deadlines are too fast and don't allow adequate time for the bureaucracy to complete reviews under the National Environmental Policy Act and other environmental laws, but this simply is not the case. The bill itself does not waive the agency's responsibilities under current environmental laws, and we all know from experience that agencies will not issue permits until they meet the necessary legal requirements. The potential for geothermal energy in this country cannot be understated. There are myriad hotspots in the West that are primed for developing this kind of energy. We must do all we can to ensure that bureaucratic red tape does not hamper this resource moving forward. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Chair, I'm happy to be here once again on another set of energy bills and amendments. And while I certainly support the goal of this bill to deploy more clean, renewable geothermal energy on our public lands, unfortunately, I and other members of our caucus are unable to support this bill in its current form and urge opposition to the bill. Throughout this Congress, geothermal energy has been a bright spot for bipartisanship. Geothermal is a promising and growing source of sustainable, reliable, renewable energy. We've heard from developers that there can be challenges to permitting new plants and new facilities, and so we understand the intent of this bill, and that's why our committee has worked on a bipartisan basis to get to solutions that will help to support the industry and to deploy more renewable energy. I am grateful to my colleagues who have taken up this issue. Bills like the Geothermal Cost Recovery Act from Ranking Member Ocasio-Cortez, the GEO Act from Representative Curtis, H.R. 6474 from Representative Steele, and others. I was pleased to see these responsible permitting solutions pass the House, and I hope to see Senate action on them soon and continued bipartisan work. Unfortunately, this bill is not in a place where we can offer bipartisan support. H.R. 1449, the CLEAN Act, does contain some important provisions that we would be supportive of, but it also contains some serious technical flaws that could create major constraints and unintended consequences for geothermal projects. First, the bill mandates that more geothermal lease sales happen. Democrats in general support this. We want to see additional geothermal facilities and the use of our federal resources where appropriate to do that. We'd love to see more resources offered through our agencies so that they can actually do this work, but we will take it as it is. Next, however, the bill says that the Department of the Interior must notify an applicant for a geothermal drilling permit as to whether the application is complete within 30 days. When the Department of Interior testified on the bill, they recommended increasing the timeline to 90 days to provide sufficient time for the limited situations where staffing, project size, or complexity would prevent an office from complying. For example, let's say an office is understaffed at the moment. We offered this change in committee and again today are offering it on the House floor. Ranking Member Grijalva's amendment would change the first deadline from 30 days to 90 days, an easy fix. We're willing to negotiate on the exact number, but unfortunately we have not had willing partners in that negotiation, and they are continuing to insist on a timeline that is not workable for our federal government. Next, and most problematically, the bill would require that the Department of the Interior make a final decision on a permit, either approving or denying it within 30 days of the application being complete. The department has called this essentially impossible to achieve. Issuing a decision within 30 days would not allow adequate time to complete analysis required under the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. There are other permits from other agencies like Fish and Wildlife, EPA, and tribal consultation that must occur before a permit can be issued. In the best case scenario, this bill would result in uncoordinated, rushed approvals where the department and our communities barely understand potential environmental and cultural impacts required by law, which would result in lawsuits and delay projects even further. In a worst case scenario, good, worthy projects could get denied simply because an agency doesn't have sufficient staffing and time to comply with the deadline in the bill. All the possible scenarios here are just a bad deal for geothermal developers and a bad deal for Americans who would like to see clean energy deployed responsibly, effectively, and quickly. So to solve this, we filed several amendments at markup for consideration on the floor to provide necessary flexibility and time to complete the reviews and prevent avoidable denials. But unfortunately, those were not taken up at the committee level. I will also point out that the House passed a bill along these lines by voice vote earlier this year. The GEO Act from Representative Curtis of Utah addresses similar permitting concerns, but directs the department to issue a decision on a permit within 60 days of the completion of the review under NEPA and other laws. That is a Republican-led bill that the agency believes they can work with. So we have a possibility of a path forward. And even in the Senate, we have a Manchin-Barrasso bipartisan permitting bill that would adopt similar language to make a more workable timeline, similar to the amendment being provided by Ranking Member Grijalva today. So we hope that our colleagues across the aisle will come to the aisle, especially come to the negotiating table. If this bill does move forward, it's important that we fix these timelines. I understand that we're trying to expedite and improve the deployment and permitting of these projects, but we have to make sure that they're workable from a practical standpoint within our communities and our agencies. We want positive outcomes, we want clean energy, we want geothermal. This is a bipartisan issue. We can do this. Let's come to the table. Let's get something done that we can all support. But unfortunately, today we have to urge opposition on this bill, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Idaho, the author of the bill, Mr. Fulcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the good chairman from Arkansas for your leadership on this issue. I rise today in strong support of my bill, H.R. 1449, the Committing Leases for Energy Access Now Act, or the CLEAN Act. To begin developing geothermal resources on federal land, developers must first obtain a lease. While there is significant potential in this resource, 90% or thereabouts of the nation's viable geothermal resources are located on federal land. Makes lease sales crucial to the expansion of this energy source. On the map behind me, you can tell just some of the regions where this resource is available, and it's vast. However, the time and costs associated with multiple environmental reviews, as well as the overall leasing and permitting processes, result in development schedules longer than many other power production projects. The Geothermal Steam Act of 1970 currently requires the Secretary of the Interior to hold a competitive lease sale at least once every 2 years for land in a state that has nominations pending. However, this timeline is not always adhered to. And as the good chairman mentioned before me, in some states like California, They've not had a competitive geothermal lease sale since 2016, and if any state needs to be doing more proactive work for clean baseload, it would be our friends in California. This legislation, H.R. 1449, amends the Geothermal Steam Act to require annual lease sales, instead of once every 2 years, for geothermal energy exploration on federal land. Prioritizing geothermal exploration on federal land will increase certainty for domestic companies looking to explore for geothermal resources while still requiring a full environmental assessment if the resources prove exploitable. In addition, this bill requires the Interior to notify an applicant whether or not their application for a geothermal drilling permit is complete within 30 days of receiving the application. I noticed my good friend across the aisle mentioned the resource concern for the Department of Interior. There's some 70,000 employees in the Department of Interior. If some need to be directed, I'm sure that can be accommodated. If the Department of Interior determines that application is complete, then it must issue a final decision on the applications within 30 days of the date the department sent the notification. Securing American energy independence should be a top priority for Congress, and geothermal is a renewable, clean power source that can help us accomplish that goal. Idaho already plays a leading role in geothermal energy production. It's critical that we leverage every available resource to ensure that our nation is self-sufficient and resilient in meeting its energy needs. Geothermal is a proven, clean, and efficient means to provide reliable baseload power. Geothermal energy is one of the most promising and underutilized energy sources in the United States, with the potential to provide a consistent power available 24/7, 365 days a year. The Department of Energy projects that the U.S. geothermal capacity could increase from the current 16 gigawatts to 38 gigawatts by 2035 and 90 gigawatts by 2050. By expanding access to geothermal resources, we can increase energy production, create jobs, and reduce our dependence on foreign energy sources, oftentimes which are not friendly to the United States. By ensuring geothermal lease sales are held annually, we can provide more certainty for energy developers, reduce delays in development process, and create good-paying jobs, all while helping to meet our energy goals and reduce dependence on foreign energy. I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation. I look forward to working with each of you to advance reliable domestic energy for all Americans. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Mr. Chair, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you. I just want to respond to one comment, which was a comment that was just made about the employees of the Department of the Interior. For many folks who are not familiar with the Department of the Interior, I'll note that there have been people in history who've called it the Department of Everything because it manages our public lands, it manages our water resources and our reservoirs, it manages our wildlife through the Fish and Wildlife, it manages our mineral leasing, it does our geologic surveys, it manages and provides programs and responsibilities to our tribal nations. And the reason why there's 70,000 employees at the Department of the Interior is that they work across all of those bureaus and missions. But the reality is, if you've ever had to work with the federal government, is that many of these kinds of decisions are made at the most local level in a field office. And the Bureau of Land Management, which is the agency responsible for permitting at the most local level, oftentimes finds themselves with staff vacancies, a lack of resources, or they have multiple permits come across the desk of a local resource manager. So to expect somebody who's working in a field office, potentially in a rural or remote area of the United States, to process a sophisticated permit and all of the related interagency and inter-bureau coordination and tribal consultation required in 30 days is just not realistic. So while I appreciate the assertion, that's just not how it works. So let's be reasonable. We all want the same outcome. Let's not create a law that just results in lawsuits and difficulties for our federal agencies so that we can move on and get this done. And with that, I am prepared to close as well. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, thank you for the debate. I appreciate it. Democrats are strong proponents of geothermal energy and support the intent of this bill. This technology is critical for the clean energy transition, for jobs, and for replacing other kinds of energy. We want to see responsible development in relation to our public lands, and to make that goal a reality, Democrats have supported bipartisan legislation that increases efficiency in permitting processes, other legislation that gets at the same challenges that this bill is trying to address without taking away the necessary environmental and community inputs. But unfortunately, there are technical aspects of this bill, including the timelines, that are just not realistic. In addition to those arbitrary timelines that would undercut community voices and potential protections of sensitive places, this would make projects themselves more vulnerable to delays should lawsuits happen, or there's shoddy reviews, or there's a lack of outside input. And so we want to be good bipartisan partners to all of you in this work, but we really do have to come up with some common sense fixes. So as I mentioned just a few moments ago, I hope that we can work together to resolve those technical issues, and I ask my colleagues to vote no on the bill as it's currently drafted.
Does the gentlelady yield?
Yield back, yes. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In closing, I again urge my colleagues to vote in support of H.R. 1449. And as has been said, geothermal energy in the U.S. has potential to generate 90 gigawatts of power. But to put that in perspective, that would be like 150 to 200 large power-producing plants. And it's energy, electricity, coming from non-carbon emitting sources and from a renewable resource. This should be a no-brainer for both sides of the aisle as we face challenges with as much as an increased rate of 3 times per year more electricity demand than what we've seen in the past. And we know we need energy from anywhere we can get it in greater volumes than we've had before. And just this last week, we passed a bill that would streamline the permitting process for geothermal plants on state and private lands. This bill is another common sense solution that will help bring our lagging geothermal industry online. It's time we build more geothermal plants to reach our full geothermal potential in this country and unleash America's energy resources for our citizens and our allies around the world. It's imperative that we increase the rate of leasing geothermal plants so that the American citizens can enjoy the low-cost, reliable, and renewable energy that comes from these plants. Again, I urge my colleagues to join me in support of H.R. 1449, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill is considered as read. No amendment to the bill shall be in order except those printed in House Report 118754. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by a member designated in the report, shall be considered read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to an amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in House Report 118754. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for this amendment, which I offered a version of at the last markup nearly a year ago.
The gentleman will suspend.
Yes.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Amendment number 1, printed in House Report number 118-754, offered by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1576, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the recognition. Thank you also for this amendment, which I offered a version of a year ago. At that markup, a year ago, this amendment would have addressed all the concerns. If adopted, I would be happy to support H.R. 1449. This amendment extends the timeline for the department to determine permit completeness as the department requested in its testimony, and gives flexibility to the issue a final determination on a permit when environmental review is actually complete. This would ensure permitting is done in a timely manner in accordance with federal law, reducing the risk of litigation and promoting responsible development. A few things to note on this amendment. The first thing is for the 90-day timeline for the determining permit completeness, a point my colleagues to HR 6011 from Republican Representative Baladeo, the bill would directs the Secretary to notify a right-of-way applicant, which is the permit a transmission line or a pipeline needs to cross federal land, and their permit is a complete or not within the 90 days of submission. My amendment proposes that the same standard for the geothermal drilling permits apply. And for my amendment piece about flexibility, I point my colleagues to the Manchin-Barrasso permitting proposal. I have plenty of concerns with that bill, but even these senators saw that the same issues which approving or denying of a permit within 30 days, that's why their bill included the same environmental review backstop language for the geothermal as it is included in my amendment here. These are bipartisan and Republican endorsed ideas. My colleagues should take yes for an answer and accept that. The amendment is a reasonable solution to the issues we raised almost a year ago and have continued to raise since. If this amendment passes, it will be a bipartisan win for geothermal and a demonstration of the good faith cooperation from the other side of the aisle. I strongly urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote yes on my amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas. For what purpose, excuse me, does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's good to see my colleague, Mr. Grijalva, here in the chamber today. And although it's good to see him presenting his amendment, I oppose the amendment. This amendment attempts to mirror the language in the Mineral Leasing Act for oil and gas production on federal lands, but unfortunately, there are some key differences. And if you look at it in its whole, the amendment would make it more difficult to lease geothermal resources than to lease oil and gas. In fact, this amendment would triple the timeline for an agency to respond to a project applicant on whether their geothermal drilling permit application is complete or deficient. This is not a timeline for permit approval. It is a timeline for simply letting someone know if they submitted a complete application. Under current law, the BLM is already required to provide similar affirmation on oil and gas permit applications within 10 days. This amendment would create a timeline for geothermal permit applicants 9 times longer than those BLM has already held to for oil and gas. The amendment also states that the NEPA review must be complete before final permit approval. This language is unnecessary. The bill does nothing to waive NEPA requirements. Additionally, the amendment would create a new option for the BLM to deny geothermal permits, effectively pulling the rug out from under energy projects at the last step in the permitting process. For these reasons, I oppose the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield such time to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Representative Tlaib, to address this amendment.
The gentlelady is recognized. The gentlelady has up to 2 minutes.
I support this amendment. I'm glad to see that many of my Republican colleagues are taking real interest, obviously, in clean energy production. But clean energy projects can't truly be considered clean if the permitting agencies don't have the proper time to conduct real NEPA reviews. Again, the National Environmental Policy Act is there in place and wanting to extend the time, saying it's unnecessary without actually putting it in writing to have the necessary time. We're talking about drilling permits here. Rep. Garava knows the challenges facing the Interior Department and the Bureau of Land Management, as many of my colleagues know. He's heard directly from staffers who review these permit applications that the timelines in this bill will not work. Our amendment makes simple changes to make the timelines in this bill more realistic and in the process protect many of our communities while we develop the clean, renewable energy we need in our nation. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment. Listen to the folks that review these applications. That gives, again, the Bureau of Land Management staffers the time that they need to review the permit application. With that, I yield back to Congressman Garava.
Thank you. My amendment consists of a reasonable fixes that Republicans have previously supported. If adopted, Democrats would unanimously support the final passage of this bill. I encourage my colleagues to support my amendment and yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, again, the bill does nothing to waive NEPA requirements. It just simply speeds up the timeline. It shouldn't take an agency 90 days to notify an applicant if an application is complete or not. We need more of this clean, renewable energy, and to get more of it, we need to get a permitting process that works. Unfortunately, this amendment would slow down the process even more. It's why I'm opposed to the amendment. I encourage others to vote against it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, on that I would ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in House Report 118754. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you. Request recognition to designate this amendment pursuant to House Resolution 1576.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in House Report number 118-754, offered by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1576, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment says that this act cannot take effect until the Secretary certifies that the Bureau of Land Management and other federal permitting agencies have sufficient staff and funding to actually comply with the deadline that's established by this act. The tight deadlines in this bill are part of what has become the classic Republican permitting playbook. Complain that agencies don't move fast enough, gut their funding, and then impose deadlines impossible to achieve. So if they're going to impose these deadlines, let's make sure the agencies can actually do the work. I might add that's exactly what Democrats did with the IRA. Democrats secured $1 billion for the federal permitting offices so that they can do their jobs and they can do the jobs that are required by the IRA. It is already working. The Biden-Harris administration cut 6 months off with the medium time it takes for agencies to complete environmental impact statements, and a 16% time saving compared to the Trump administration. The Department of Energy has cut environmental review timelines in half, and the Department of Transportation has cut time by more than 1/3. These are real permitting improvements and not wishful thinking like we have in this bill. And that's what's dangerous about this bill, is that the timelines are so short that many good projects proposal would get permit denials unnecessarily. Not because the application couldn't pass the environmental review, but because the bill forces the decision before the review is completed. Instead of letting the applicant wait a few more days to get the review completed, the bill forces the agency ahead and deny the permit. This is going to set geothermal back right when we should be supporting it the most. I urge the adoption of this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purposes does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim opposition or time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I oppose this amendment. It would gut the bill by conditioning enactment on a determination by the Secretary of the Interior and the Bureau of Land Management and other relevant federal permitting agencies that they have received adequate funding to resolve permitting staff shortages. If you felt the urge to laugh when I stated that, you're probably not too far off, because this amendment doesn't really pass the laugh test. I've never heard of a federal agency admitting to having enough funding or enough staff, and this amendment simply is a poison pill, because the action it is conditioned on simply will never happen. The issue is not DOI staff capacity, but burdensome permitting processes that take years, produce duplicative reviews, and consume thousands of hours for regulators and project proponents alike. Actually, we passed a bill just last week that will help resolve any issue that may be there. H.R. 7409 would decrease the administrative load on staff and field offices by not requiring a federal permit for geothermal energy produced on state and private lands. That bill would rapidly streamline the approval process by relying on the state's permitting procedures rather than the duplicative federal process. My friends on the other side of the aisle had a chance last week to free agency staffers from their redundant work, but many opposed the bill. And let's not forget that last Congress, as Ranking Member stated, the Democrats rammed through a reconciliation package that, with $1 billion for permitting, DOI had $150 million. And from that bill, it was to, quote, provide the hiring and training of personnel, the development of programmatic environmental documents, the procurement of technical or scientific services for environmental reviews, the development of environmental data or information systems, stakeholder and community engagement, end quote. In fact, the department has grown by 4,000 full-time equivalents from fiscal year 2020 to fiscal year 2023. More funding and bureaucrats aren't what is needed now. What is needed is for DOI to recognize energy permitting as a priority and create a plan for meeting the required timelines. We must continue working here to pass more permitting reform measures to help alleviate the permitting burden on important energy projects. These measures will also reduce the redundant permitting tasks performed by the federal workforce. H.R. 1449 will hold the department's feet to the fire by forcing them to act on geothermal leasing and permitting in a timely manner. For those reasons, I oppose the amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would prevent this bill from creating a situation where the agency is required to decide on permits before applicants have had a chance to go through environmental review. Without my amendment, this bill will force the administration to deny permits to good geothermal projects that we should be supporting. I encourage my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I think we have to ask ourselves, do we want environmental growth in this country to be based on growing the bureaucracy and spending more money on permits, or do we actually want to make things? Do we want to produce energy? Do we want to use the resources that we have? Geothermal operators are often required to complete 6 separate NEPA reviews to get a federal permit, one for exploration, another if there's a subsurface anomaly, a third for drilling a slim confirmation hole, a fourth to develop the well field, a fifth for the power plant itself, and a sixth if the project is speculative exploration on lands not previously leased. The status quo is a duplicative and wasteful process and prevents the United States from developing this very clean energy source. Performing NEPA 6 times does not provide 6 times the environmental benefit. Rather, less duplicative NEPA reviews will actually increase the rate at which these clean energy resources come online. This bill is an attempt to put more clean energy resources on the grid at a faster pace. This amendment would undermine that goal, and I oppose it and urge my colleagues to oppose it. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, on that I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I move that the committee now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House and the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 1449, directs me to report that has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that committee has had under consideration H.R. 1449 and has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to House Resolution 1576 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole, House on the State of the Union, for the further consideration of H.R. 1449. Will the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford, please take the chair?
Okay. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 1, printed in House Report 118-754 from Arizona. The House is in the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for the further consideration of Bill H.R. 1449, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend the Geothermal Steam Act of 1970 to increase the frequency of lease sales to require replacement sales and for other purposes.
Pursuant to Clause When the committee rose earlier today, Amendment Number 2, offered by in House Report 118-754, offered by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments presented in House Report 118-754, which further proceedings were postponed. In the following order: Amendment Number 1, Mr. Grijalva of Arizona. Amendment Number 2, Mr. Grijalva of Arizona. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 1, printed in House Report 118-754 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment Number 1, printed in House Report Number 118-754, offered by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
members voted? Any members wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 200, the nays are 210. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 2, printed at House Report 118-754 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment Number 2, printed in House Report Number 118-754, offered by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 196, the nays are 215. The amendment is not adopted. There being no further amendment under the rule, the committee rises. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 1449 and pursuant to House Resolution 1576. I report the bill back to the House.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 1449 and pursuant to House Resolution 1576 reports the bill back to the House. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
The bill to amend the Geothermal Steam Act of 1970 to increase the frequency of lease sales to require replacement sales and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the
will
desk.
suspend. House will be in order. Gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
Clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Stansberry from New Mexico moves to recommit the bill H.R. 1449 to the Committee on Natural Resources.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, please say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of passage. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 202, the nays are 211. The motion is not agreed to. Question on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Bill is... For what purposes, gentlemen from Arkansas seek recognition?
Speaker, I request the yeas and the nays.
He was going to ask for it anyway. I reckon. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 244, the nays are 171. The amendment is agreed to. The motion is agreed to. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Thank you very much. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Members will take their conversations off the floor. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentlemen will suspend. The House will be in order. Members will take their conversations off the floor. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize National Adoption Month. Adoption is all around us, even if we don't see it. Every day, there are children being adopted into loving families across the country. Each year, more than 100,000 children in the United States foster care system wait for permanent homes. They wait for parents who will cheer them on at soccer games, comfort them through tough days, and celebrate their successes. Although it's estimated that between 2 to 4% of Americans have adopted, more than 1/3 have considered it. National Adoption Month is our opportunity to raise awareness, break down barriers, and encourage more families to consider opening their hearts and homes to these children. Mr. Speaker, adoption is more than a legal process. It's an act of love and commitment that changes lives forever. For children, it means stability, safety, and belonging. For parents, adoption fulfills a calling to nurture, guide, and unconditionally love a child. Together, adoption creates families built not by blood, but by heart. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the lady from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to implore my colleagues to immediately move a clean farm bill to the floor, including a disaster supplemental to support American farms, businesses, and rural communities. Both the House and Senate have released a farm bill. It is long overdue for the Republican leadership to act. The farmers, producers, and growers we serve need certainty from their lawmakers. Farms are businesses. They must know what to expect. We cannot run out their clock. Farmers need a plan for the next season, now, especially with all the enormous crop losses across the country. What equipment can they afford to buy? Will they get a deduction for it? What will be reference prices for their crops? What will be their insurance rates? Above all, what disaster assistance will exist at all to recover from both last season's and this season's crop losses? Look at this chart. Imagine you are an Ohio farmer. Imagine you don't even know what disaster assistance will be available before next growing season. How can you plan? Farmers need clarity now. If we don't support our farmers, there won't be food on the table. Congress must pass a farm bill with disaster relief funding now. That will strengthen the farm safety net and the financial well-being of our farmers. What America makes and grows America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Jeff Cole and Diana Morrison for their achievements as the 2024 honorees of the Junior Achievement Savannah Business Hall of Fame. Jeff Cole is the president of Cole Investment Company and has been actively involved in improving the Savannah community through numerous boards and charity organizations. In addition, he is founding facilitator and board chair of East Savannah United, a nonprofit that will be opening a new library and children's center next year. Diana Morrison is the founder and CEO of Ad Specialty. She built her successful business up from just the trunk of her car. Diana contributes her time to many organizations in the Savannah area and has been honored by the Savannah Chamber of Commerce twice for her accomplishments. We are proud to have leaders like Jeff and Diana in our district and wish them both the very best. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the lady from Oregon seek recognition? Without objection.
I rise today in recognition of Rural Health Month. You know, 1/3 of Oregon's counties are frontier counties, which have even more struggles accessing health care than our rural communities. And we need to make sure that we are the people who are feeding our country, our farmers, our fishermen, our ranchers, that they can access the health care that they need. The barriers are great. We just had, I was able to get $2 million to build a chemotherapy care clinic in Curry County. It took 7.5 hours for people to be able to go get cancer treatment. People getting chemotherapy and having to travel by car on dangerous roads. We need to do better. Again, these people are the heart of our country, and we need to invest in our rural health care for our communities. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
I seek to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor the life and sacrifice of Sergeant Kester B. Hardman of Ritchie County, West Virginia, located in the beautiful 2nd District that I represent. Sergeant Hardman, a dedicated serviceman of the Army's 2nd Infantry Division in the Korean War, was reporting missing in action after intense combat near Suncheon, South Korea. North Korean authorities reported he had died in 1951 as a prisoner of war, but his remains were never identified. In 1954, 848 unidentified remains were recovered from North Korea and laid to rest among countless other unidentified servicemen at the National Memorial Cemetery in the Pacific in Honolulu, Hawaii. After 70 years of being unidentified, in May of this year, the fantastic lab of the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency was able to use dental and medical records to identify Sergeant Hardman and notify his family. Sergeant Hardman was finally laid to rest on October 17th of this year in his hometown of Smithville with the honor and dignity he deserves. I yield back.
For what purpose does the lady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
I rise to honor Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church's great leader, Dr. Marcus D. Cosby, in the 18th Congressional Leadership for 20 years of pastoral stewardship. The church was founded in 1962 by the late, great Reverend Dr. William A. Lawson, and it has a rich history of faith and standing for social justice. And Dr. Cosby was the immediate selection of Dr. Lawson. In 2008, he was inducted into the Martin Luther King Jr. Board of Preachers at Morehouse College in Atlanta, Georgia. And under his leadership, the congregation has grown to over 15,000 dedicated members, many in the 18th Congressional District. They are committed to community service. They have a robust food pantry, meal distribution programs, and scholarships for students where they focus on closing the academic achievement gap. In 2024, to honor Lawson's legacy, Dr. Cosby and the church donated $1 million to 5 universities. Dr. Cosby is married to the lovely First Lady, Mrs. Audrey Marie Cosby. They have 5 children, including Adrian, Ashley, Aaliyah, and 2 sons, Marcus D. Cosby II, Matthew Cosby, and a grandson. I would like to congratulate and celebrate Dr. Marcus D. Cosby for 20 years of pastoral leadership, and we join together and look forward to his good and faithful service for many years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For purposes, the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the Stop Terror Financing and Tax Penalties on American Hostage Act. Ryan Corbett, who grew up in my district, has been held hostage by the Taliban in Afghanistan for 832 days. It's inconceivable that Americans like Ryan, who endure such brutal hardship, should come home only to face a tax bill or penalties from our government. But that's what the current law prescribes. Our tax code offers Americans held hostage just 1 year of relief before late fees and interest begin to accrue. This bill ensures that those individuals can return home without the added burden of financial fallout, allowing them to focus on rebuilding their lives. This legislation also strengthens our stance against terrorism by revoking tax-exempt status from U.S. nonprofits that provide financing to groups like Hamas. Just as captors holding American citizens should not receive a dime in American taxpayer aid, neither should terrorist sympathizers receive tax relief from our federal government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address an issue of great importance to the veterans in North Carolina's 1st Congressional District and across our nation, veteran homelessness. In traveling across my district, I've heard from veterans and constituents about how unacceptable it is that so many veterans who have put their lives on the line for our freedoms are without homes. While recent data from the VA shows a nearly 60% reduction in the unhoused, there's still so much work to be done. The House overwhelmingly passed H.R. 8371. It requires the VA to implement a strategic plan, expanding services to help veterans secure permanent housing, access basic needs, and receive health care and job support. Congress must continue to support such legislation to end veteran homelessness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has been raising concerns that a lot of people have been thinking about for a while, about what's in our food, including yellow dye number 6, or its chemical name, acid yellow 23, commonly found in many snack products and things like popcorn. This synthetic dye has been linked to allergic reactions such as hives and asthma, and may contribute to behavioral issues like hyperactivity in children. It's also been criticized for potential long-term health risks, including anxiety, learning difficulties, and even possibly cancer risks when consumed in large amounts over time. Despite being FDA approved, there are growing concerns over the safety of artificial dyes, prompting some companies to remove them from their products. I notice also that in Europe, a lot of these products aren't in their foods, but they are somehow, for some reason, in the United States forms of it. Coal tar products like tartrazine are found not only in food, but also personal care products like toothpaste, shampoo, and lotions. These synthetic dyes can cause allergic reactions, skin rashes, headaches, and asthma, and have been linked to behavioral issues in children as well. It's time we demand more transparency from manufacturers, as well as the FDA, in checking more closely about them, and push for safer, better alternatives, or maybe just leave them out. Maybe we don't have to have a perfectly colored potato chip. Instead, let's let it be a little more what it is. Let's support companies that prioritize health and choose products free of harmful synthetic dyes. Our health is worth it. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I ask to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize November as National Family Caregivers Month and to honor the important work of the more than 48 million American family caregivers across our country. Every day, Americans provide physical and emotional support for their older parents, spouses, siblings, grandparents, and other loved ones so that they can live independently in their homes. These caregivers help with everything, including meals, bathing, medical care, transportation, often balancing their jobs and their family responsibilities at the same time. In Congress, we must do our part to make caregivers' lives easier. That's why I introduced the Alleviating Barriers to Caregivers Act, a bicameral, bipartisan bill that will reduce paperwork and red tape and make it easier for caregivers to navigate the resources and benefits that they are entitled to. Family caregivers work around the clock to make a difference in the lives of their loved ones, and it's time that our country make a difference in theirs. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I ask, it's with a heavy heart that I stand here today before you to honor the life and legacy of Jeannie Carter Lucky, who passed away earlier this month. Jeannie was not only a dedicated trustee for the Mississippi Institutions of Higher Learning, but a tireless advocate for education and the future of our state. Throughout her distinguished career, Jeannie worked with unwavering passion to ensure that our universities and students had the resources they needed to succeed. Her leadership on the board of Mississippi Institutes of Higher Learning was marked with wisdom, integrity, and a deep commitment to Mississippi's educational system. She understood that education was the key to unlocking opportunities for generations to come. Jeannie was a fierce believer in service to her community, to her state, and to the future of our children. She leaves behind a remarkable legacy that will continue to inspire those of us in public service for years to come. On behalf of the people of Mississippi, I extend my deepest condolences to Jeannie's family, friends, and colleagues. We will miss her leadership and her unshakable dedication to making Mississippi a better place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the lady from Hawaii, Ms. Takuda, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As co-chair of the Bipartisan Rural Health Caucus, I'm proud to lead my colleagues today in celebrating Rural Health Month. With 61 million people, roughly 20% of the United States population, living across 97% of the country's landmass, delivering health care to every corner of America has required unique and innovative approaches and remains an ongoing challenge. As the primary growers and producers of the food, fuel, and fiber that keeps our country running, rural Americans are also quickly becoming older and more ethnically diverse. Dealing with the challenges of keeping up with the world increasingly dependent on broadband activity support all aspects of life, including health care delivery, can be a challenge. Since 2011, National Rural Health Day has been recognized annually on the third Thursday of November, coming up soon on November 21st. To highlight the dedication of healthcare providers and communities in addressing the healthcare needs of rural Americans. But for those of us representing rural and remote parts of this country, every day is Rural Health Day, as we fight to provide access to even the most basic care services and to work to improve health outcomes and the life expectancy of our constituents. Mr. Speaker, at this time, it is my privilege to yield 2 minutes to Representative Baczynski from the great state of Illinois.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Rural Health Month and bring attention to rural healthcare challenges. In the communities that I'm so proud to represent in central and southern Illinois, independent pharmacies are a lifeline. But for too long, predatory drug middlemen called PBMs have squeezed independent pharmacies out of business through their unfair, anti-competitive practices. I recently hosted a roundtable where I heard from several independent pharmacists throughout my district, including Michelle Dyer, the owner of Michelle's Pharmacy in Carlinville, Illinois. In 2022, as PBMs consolidated, she was forced to close multiple locations of her business, leaving 3 rural towns in Macoupin County without access to a reliable pharmacy. Our conversation made clear that we must take action to rein in PBMs who have gone unchecked for far too long. We must pass the Pharmacists Fight Back Act to provide transparency, accountability, and guardrails we need to protect independent pharmacists and support the health of our rural communities. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. At this time, it is my pleasure to yield 2 minutes on the floor to my colleague from Kansas, Representative Mann.
Well, I'd like to thank the gentleman for hosting this special order hour and for yielding me some time. This month, Americans celebrate National Rural Health Month, where we believe every American should have access to quality, affordable health care regardless of their zip code. The Big First District of Kansas is made up of 60 primarily rural counties and is home to more critical access hospitals than any other district in the nation, several rural emergency hospitals, and a number of rural health clinics, community health centers, and federally qualified health centers. This network of care facilities is an essential pillar for providing everyday health services and life-saving care to Kansans. I'm committed to supporting this network and networks like it, removing red tape that handcuffs providers from providing care to rural communities, advocating for increase in telehealth services, and supporting programs that provide a safety net for rural America. While this still is very much a work in progress, we celebrate the dedicated rural healthcare workers, hospitals, and service providers who provide care day in and day out to rural America. We're incredibly grateful for their service this Rural Health Care Month and every month. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. At this time, it is my pleasure to yield 3 minutes to the representative from Michigan, Representative Bergman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to join my colleagues today in highlighting the accomplishments and ongoing challenges facing access to high-quality health care in rural and remote parts of our United States. Healthcare providers in areas like Michigan's 1st District work every day to provide the best possible care for patients while overcoming struggles unlike anything facing those in urban or suburban areas. Unfortunately, we have seen a significant increase in rural provider closures, and many of those still operating today are doing so at the razor's edge of financial viability and stability. In my own district, Ontonagon and Aspirus Hospital ended all hospital and emergency room operations earlier this year and consolidated into a rural health clinic. A single provider closing their doors could result in patients having to travel hundreds of miles further to receive treatment, including life-saving emergency care. In 2020, Congress took an important step to address this crisis by creating the Rural Emergency Hospital, or REH, designation. Under this designation, rural hospitals receive direct financial support, more than $3 million annually, and increased Medicare reimbursement in exchange for maintaining 24-hour emergency departments, as well as observation beds and other key health services. However,
When Congress created this designation, REHs were not included as eligible facilities under the 340B drug discount program. 340B provides significant revenue for critical access hospitals and other rural providers, helping them improve access to prescription drugs and essential health services in underserved and underinsured areas. This oversight has severely hindered the usefulness of the REH program and made it less likely for rural hospitals facing potential closure to keep their emergency departments open. That is why I introduced H.R. 8144, the Rural 340B Access Act of 2024, along with my colleague from Michigan, Congresswoman Debbie Dingell. This bipartisan bill will make a common-sense correction and include facilities under the Rural Emergency Hospital designation as eligible for 340B. This will further our work to stop rural hospital closures and ensure patients in rural and remote areas can continue to receive essential emergency care. Our rural and remote health providers will continue to do everything in their power to provide top-of-the-line care to their patients. In turn, Congress must continue to address rural health priorities and remove the barriers in the way of that future success. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield my time, myself time as necessary to make remarks about this very important month and some own experiences that I've had in my district. Coming out of the pandemic, the health workforce shortage crisis in the U.S. remains one of the greatest challenges to healthcare, and we must take immediate transformational action to address it. Increasing the number of healthcare professionals is critical to expanding access to care in rural areas and keeping rural hospitals and clinics open, just as my colleague was talking about. One way to address this issue is by ensuring providers are adequately compensated for their services. The Medicare physician fee schedule is fundamentally broken. The Medicare payment rates have fallen by 29% over the last 2 decades, while the cost of running a practice is estimated to have increased by 3.6%. We need longer-term solutions that provide greater stability and certainty to our clinicians. Congress must pass legislation to stabilize Medicare physician pay so that doctors receive adequate reimbursement to cover the actual cost of providing care, especially in areas of rural America where these costs are higher. For doctors in my district, I'm also advocating for increasing geographic adjustments to ensure provider pay more accurately reflects the uniquely higher cost of healthcare delivery in remote areas like Hawaii. That's why I'm introducing the Protecting Access to Care in Hawaii, or the PATCH Act, which would provide a roughly 24% increase in Medicare physician payments to Hawaii physicians so that they receive a similar boost to their counterparts in other remote states like Alaska. For family physicians like Dr. Michelle Mitchell, higher reimbursements could have made the difference with helping her keep her practice in Hawaii and serving the community she cared for and loved. From 2008 to 2021, Dr. Mitchell owned Hawaii Family Health in Hilo, Hawaii, where she provided primary care services and offered specialty service like nutrition intervention and behavioral health to meet the needs of her patients. However, at the end of the day, after covering her overhead, including paying staff, utilities, and rent, she would only bring home enough money to qualify for food stamps. But she persisted. In an effort to lift herself out of poverty, she started conducting telemedicine visits for patients on the continent where reimbursements were much higher, but this was not sustainable. In the midst of the pandemic, she left Hawaii and moved to Kansas, where she could have a more sustainable practice, leaving behind patients who have struggled to find a new doctor to care for them. In rural places like Hawaii, we lose too many good doctors and, as a result, too many loved ones who can't get the care they need to survive. Nationally, the United States is facing a shortage of 40,000 to 60,000 physicians, and this shortage is expected to grow to 139,000 physicians by the year 2033. In my home state alone, the shortage of physicians is 757 statewide, and this is only expected to get worse. Over the past year, we've had 42 physicians retire, 4 have passed away, 55 moved away, and 212 decreased their work. Over 22%, nearly a quarter of our physicians are already over the age of 65, meaning they should be retiring soon, will be retiring soon, but the sad reality is that they can't because there are too many lives literally at stake to lose even just one more doctor in Hawaii. Unfortunately, given the low physician reimbursement levels in Hawaii, along with the high cost of living and limited affordable housing options, it remains a challenge just to recruit and retain new physicians to our state and encourage our own, quite frankly, our children, our kiki, to join the profession too. And that's why it's so vital we fix physician payment models for rural places like Hawaii, and we really make sure that we support our rural and rural communities throughout this great country. For my constituents on the island of Lanai, they say it's difficult to be born and to die in the place that they call home, in the place that they love. And that's because of their inability to see the appropriate provider and get the care that they need for their health. So I look forward to working with my colleagues to finally fix our nation's broken Medicare payment system. When we give our doctors a fighting chance to serve, we give their patients, our constituents, a better chance to live and to thrive. Mr. Speaker, at this time, it is my pleasure to yield 5 minutes of time, or so much as necessary, to my co-chair for the Bipartisan Rural Health Caucus, an amazing individual, a leader in the field of health and pharmacy from the great state of Tennessee, Diana Harshbarger.
Thank you to my friend and co-chair, Rep. Takuda. You know, there's not a whole lot of difference. There is as far as distance between Hawaii and Tennessee, but we have the same health challenges and rural health to be exact. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize National Rural Health Day and to highlight the work and cause of the Congressional Bipartisan Rural Health Caucus, which I am proud to co-chair with my colleague, Rep. Takuda of Hawaii. Over 60 million hardworking, everyday Americans live in rural communities throughout the United States, and as my co-chair, Rep. Takuda, is fond of citing, with nearly 97% of our nation being designated as rural. Compared to their counterparts living in urban and suburban areas, rural Americans experience lower life expectancy, poorer health status, and more difficulty accessing quality and affordable health care. Rural patients face these challenges due to the limited number of rural health care providers, higher rates of people being underinsured and uninsured, and long journeys to health care providers, sometimes people lacking transportation entirely. And having served as a community pharmacist in rural East Tennessee for over 37 years, I understand the unique healthcare challenges and obstacles faced by our patients and healthcare providers each and every day. It's crucial that Congress takes action to address the issues that rural healthcare providers and patients grapple with, such as workforce shortages, supply scarcities, and reimbursement challenges, limited access to telehealth, and difficulties ensuring their patients receive the care they need. The Congressional Bipartisan Rural Health Caucus is here to provide a forum for members of Congress to advocate for legislative action that will help increase access to quality, affordable health care and mental health services for all rural Americans. As co-chair, I will continue to work to advance the cause of ensuring the long-term sustainability of rural communities. This Congress, I introduced the Bipartisan Rural Physician Workforce Production Act, which improves Medicare reimbursements and enhances the current structure of the Medicare-funded graduate medical education program, bringing more medical residents and doctors to rural areas in need. I also worked with my fellow colleagues in the Tennessee delegation to introduce the Rural American Health Corps Act, which would provide incentives for healthcare professionals to work in rural health facilities in exchange for forgiving medical school loans. In addition to these bills, I'm a proud co-sponsor of the Save Rural Hospitals Act, bipartisan legislation that will aid in curbing hospital closures in rural communities by ensuring fairness in Medicare hospital payments. This legislative work is absolutely critical. And this week, I'm pleased to help introduce with Rep. Takuda and other members of the Rural Health Caucus a resolution supporting the goals and ideals of National Rural Health Day. National Rural Health Day is the third Thursday of every November, and it was established to honor rural communities and the contributions and efforts of rural healthcare providers to address the unique challenges faced by the patients they serve. Given the healthcare disparities faced by rural Americans and the continued difficulty experienced by rural healthcare providers in just keeping their doors open, it's vital that Congress prioritizes improving patient care and access in rural areas. Our rural healthcare professionals and patients showcase a selfless and community-minded spirit, and it's altogether fitting and proper that we celebrate rural healthcare providers and the millions of Americans that rural healthcare providers serve. In recognizing and celebrating National Rural Health Day, we joined a diverse coalition of rural healthcare stakeholders to express a commitment to advancing policies to improve healthcare accessibility and affordability in rural areas in our country. Mr. Speaker, I thank Rep. Takuda and my colleagues for joining in this cause, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you have seen here today, both Democrat and Republican, it doesn't matter which side of the aisle that we may sit and serve on, but at the end of the day, it's about taking care of all of our constituents and everyone that lives in rural and remote America. Mr. Speaker, 80% of rural America is considered medically underserved and face significant barriers to care, including geographic distances and lack of reliable transportation, fewer health care providers and medical facilities, lack of primary care and specialty services, and limited insurance options. And because of these barriers, rural residents often experience worse health outcomes than their urban counterparts, simply because of their inability to access health care. Rural residents have a higher risk of dying early from cancer, chronic lower respiratory diseases, heart disease, stroke, and unintentional injury. Many of these deaths are absolutely 100% preventable. In my district, Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islanders experience greater rates of heart disease, hypertension, and diabetes, and Asian Americans often experience higher rates of late-stage cancer diagnoses. To ensure people living in rural and remote communities have access to quality health care, we must do more to keep more rural hospitals and clinics open, increase capacity and support for rural providers, eliminate barriers to care for our rural patients, all things you have heard from my colleagues today. Before the end of the year, Congress has a long to-do list for rural health. So as we go home to celebrate the Thanksgiving weekend, let's keep a few of these important, critical actions we must take in mind for our constituents. Number one, extending critical rural health programs. Congress must pass legislation reauthorizing a number of rural health programs that are set to expire at the end of 2024. This includes extending key programs like the National Health Service Corps, which help recruit and train aspiring health professionals to rural and underserved areas. The Community Health Center program, which supports 1,400 clinics to provide comprehensive health services to more than 31 million Americans, regardless of their ability to pay. And the Medicare Flex program, which provides technical assistance to help struggling small rural hospitals increase quality of care and improve hospital options. These programs play an important role in strengthening the rural health safety net. Number two on Congress's to-do list, safeguarding telehealth. During the pandemic, telehealth flexibilities allowed providers to care for their patients remotely through the use of a computer or a telephone. The utilization of telehealth and telephonic care in rural areas has been vital to reducing the challenges and burdens experienced by both rural patients and their providers. That's why we must support extending COVID-era telehealth flexibilities beyond 2024 and even making them permanent so that patients can receive timely access to care beyond brick-and-mortar settings. We must also take action to prevent an impending 3.37% reduction in Medicare reimbursements to patients. If Congress does not act this year, Medicare payments will have been cut by almost 10% in the last 4 years alone, which is simply unsustainable and could force providers and medical groups to eliminate services, furlough staff, and implement hiring freezes. Congress must act to ensure Medicare providers have the financial support they need to care for our nation's seniors in rural America and across this country. Mr. Speaker, I have a few more points to make, but at this time, it is my pleasure to yield the floor for 3 minutes to my colleague from the great state of New York, Representative Langworthy.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, as a proud member of the Rural Health Caucus, I join my colleagues in celebrating Rural Health Month, and I want to highlight the great work of rural healthcare providers across my district. I represent rural communities across western New York and the southern tier, the counties along the Pennsylvania line. Many of my constituents will tell you that their access to high-quality, affordable health care is a lifeline, whether it's preventative care, managing chronic conditions, or emergency treatment. In rural areas, healthcare providers are often the first and sometimes the only line of defense against serious illness. One example in my own district is an innovation by Roswell Park Comprehensive Cancer Institute with their mobile lung cancer screening facility that they call EDDie, which I had the opportunity to tour earlier this month. This program and vehicle takes healthcare directly into our rural communities, offering screenings that catch lung cancer earlier and improve survival rates. It's not the large medical centers doing this alone, but community health centers across my district that are stepping up to fill a gap, like the Southern Tier Healthcare System based in Olean, or Schuyler Hospital in Montour Falls, or the Chautauqua Center with locations across the Southern Tier. There are too many excellent rural healthcare providers to name them all. These centers are the cornerstone of rural healthcare, providing essential services like primary care, mental health support, and preventative education to populations that might otherwise go without care. I also want to speak to the importance of our community pharmacists. They play a critical role in rural healthcare. These local pharmacists are often the most accessible healthcare professional for rural residents that they have the most access to, offering guidance from everything from medication to chronic disease management and advice on appointments. However, our rural communities and their healthcare providers, they face significant challenges. For many families, the nearest hospital or specialist could be hours away. It makes it difficult and sometimes impossible to get timely care. And at the same time, rural areas struggle to recruit and retain skilled doctors and nurses and other professionals, leading to shortages and burnout. On top of that, many rural hospitals and clinics operate on razor-thin margins, and too many have been forced to close their doors. When these facilities shut down, entire regions, counties, communities lose access to essential services, forcing residents to travel even farther for care. And that's why I will always fight for common sense policies that strengthen rural health care, ensuring that no one is left behind because of where they live. I'm proud to lead the Rural Telehealth and Education Enhancement Act, which reauthorizes critical funding for programs that expand telemedicine and distance learning in rural areas. This bill, which is included in the House Republicans' Farm Bill, would invest in new ways for patients to connect with medical experts, improve access to specialized care, and enhance health outcomes in our communities. And with that, I want to thank every single healthcare provider who has dedicated their time and their talents to serving Americans in rural communities. The work you do saves lives and makes our country stronger. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure now to yield the floor for 2 minutes or as much time as necessary to my colleague from the great state of Illinois, Representative Robin Kelly.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in recognition of National Rural Health Month. Everyone, no matter where they live, deserves access to high-quality health care. But I've heard so many stories from my constituents in rural areas who have to drive for hours to the nearest hospital, or they don't have reliable internet for health care, for telehealth. Today, though, I would like to share a story celebrating the positive impact of rural health care. This mother and her family thrived because they had access to obstetric care in their rural hometown. A local woman from Danville, a town in a rural county of my southern Illinois community, successfully delivered preterm twins because they lived by a hospital with a full labor and delivery unit. The mom and her babies remained at OSF Sacred Heart Medical Center with both of the babies in a level 2 nursery where they could receive 24/7 care. The parents were able to spend the maximum time to bond with their babies while the mom recovered from the delivery. The dad was able to go to work because the hospital was close to their home. The mom could be with their newborns and focus on breastfeeding with one-on-one lactation support. A nearby medical center was especially valuable to these parents who had limited resources and the additional challenge of a language barrier. If OSF Sacred Heart didn't have a birthing center, the mom's only choice would have been a hospital almost an hour away. Imagine going into early labor with twins, driving to an emergency department, and then being told you have to drive even further. No mother should have to go through that nightmare, and I'm so grateful that this mother was able to safely deliver her healthy babies. We can hear more success stories when there is a greater access to maternal health care in every corner of our nation. As co-chair of the Bipartisan Maternity Care Caucus, I introduced the Rural Obstetrics Readiness Act to support the creation of rural health care facilities. As a healthcare equity champion in Congress, I commit myself to deploying additional digital tools in Danville, across my district, and our nation to supplement rural health in-person care. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To continue now my long to-do list for Congress that needs to get done by the end of the year for our rural and remote Americans to make sure that they have the health care that they need. Number 3, we need to fund the government for fiscal year 2025. The House and Senate appropriation bills contain roughly $730 million for grant programs and initiatives that directly address the growing health care crisis in rural America. Rural health discretionary spending is vitally important for preserving and improving access to care for individuals living in rural America. This funding includes resources to support rural hospital cybersecurity, including funding to help small rural hospitals purchase health IT and equipment and address the growing threats on digital patient records. We read about this every single day in the newspaper. They need the support to be able to safely maintain both our health records and take care of their patients. This funding also includes funding for community health interventions, including to address the various crises facing rural America in maternal health, as we have just heard from our colleague, opioid abuse, and mental health. That's why I will keep fighting to ensure we pass a final spending bill that preserves increased funding for rural health care programs. Lastly, number 4, Congress needs to pass a disaster aid package. Earlier this week, President Biden submitted a request to Speaker Johnson on urgently needing funding to support the federal response to Hurricanes Helene and Milton and other natural disasters, including the August 2023 wildfires on my island of Maui. Over the past year, rural communities in the United States have been inundated by several natural disasters, including 17 storm events, 4 tropical cyclones, 1 wildfire event, and 2 winter storms. In June, New Mexico faced 2 major wildfires, and Iowa experienced record flooding from the Big Sioux River, which caused mudslides, washed away roads, and required evacuations. In September, Hurricane Helene caused catastrophic flooding, power outage, and property destruction in North Carolina. Rural communities are on the front lines of natural disasters, which can have far-reaching effects on health and well-being in the immediate aftermath, and in the long term, generationally, it has impacts and trauma that is felt. Damage to infrastructure caused by storms can compromise emergency response efforts, limit access to basic needs, and disrupt access to necessary health care and prescription medication. Storms can also have long-lasting mental health impacts. That's why it's critical Congress pass a disaster supplemental package this year. The President's disaster aid request includes a total of $2.7 billion for the Department of Health and Human Services, of which $260 million would be used to support health center infrastructure and ensure continued access to high-quality health care services in impacted areas. This funding request also includes $244 million to expand substance use and mental health prevention and treatment services, and $159 million to restore services needed by people with disabilities and older adults. Across the country, natural disasters have devastated communities, homes, farms, and businesses, and disproportionately impacted rural America, which is why I am urging all of my colleagues to support a disaster aid package that addresses both the immediate and long-term needs of impacted rural Americans. Okay, Mr. Speaker, today you've heard from our colleagues on both sides of the aisle. The Bipartisan Rural Health Congress, now entering its 2nd year and proudly going into its 2nd Congress, having been restarted by myself and Representative Harshbarger, proudly boasts 64 members on both sides of the aisle and quickly growing. In closing, I want to reiterate our shared commitment to ensure rural health remains a priority for as we wrap up this 118th Congress and we head towards the 119th Congress in January. We will continue working with our colleagues to ensure that we finish our to-do list for rural health care this year, continue our bipartisan work in the years ahead, and make sure that every member of this Congress understands the plight, the need, the challenges, but yes, the opportunity and the hopes of rural America. Together, we can and must ensure everyone, regardless of where they live, how much money they have, or their life circumstances, has access to high-quality, affordable, life-saving health care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. You look good up there. First, I'm going to ask everyone's, and let me extend an apology. I have fairly severe asthma, and I'm just got off an attack, so I'm pumping down some inhaled steroids and just the routine. And also, last weekend I lost my voice, and should I be worried that my wife said it was the best weekend of our marriage, and that staff was thrilled and upset I got my voice back? So here we go. This is like my therapy hour, because I have some things I think we need to share. One of the #1 things I want to accomplish tonight is please let there be some of our incoming members, their future staff, the members themselves, listening. I know there's no one in the room. That's the way it's supposed to be. People are supposed to be in their meetings and reading and trying to understand what's going on. So don't fuss at people for not sitting here. We're on probably 1,000 televisions around the Capitol campus. But one of my frustrations is we just got off election season. Would you believe during elections people, what's the term? Oh yeah, make crap up. We need to have an honest discussion about something called math. So let's actually have some fun. If you ever have someone say, we're going to grow ourselves out of the debt and deficit. Okay, let's actually do some math off the top of our heads. This year's debt is going to be a couple $1 trillion. How much would the economy have to grow to produce enough tax receipts to cover $2 trillion? It's actually fairly simple math. 1 point of GDP is about $300 billion, okay? So you get about 17, 18% of GDP in tax receipts. So let's see if 300 billion, 17%, $48 billion. So if 1% of GDP growth only gets me 48 billion, you do realize that means you'd in a single year have to have like 40, 41, 42% GDP growth to cover the debt and deficit of this year. It's absurd. I beg of people, learn your math. Don't let the political consultants who make crap up and then put it on our brochures and then tell you to go out and say it. It's now time to do adult-like math. And the understanding, and I'm going to do this 3 or 4 times tonight, every dime of deficits from today through the next 30 years is the very thing we're not supposed to talk about. It's demographics. We got older as a society. Our brothers and sisters who worked their 40 quarters, who paid into the system, they now start to get their benefits. If you actually look at the inputs of debt, the last decade, but particularly what we expect the next 3 decades, healthcare, Medicare, interest, and then 9 years from now, do we backfill Social Security, or do we double senior poverty when the trust fund's emptied? And we're not supposed to talk about those things. And I need to share something. I believe the Democrats engaged in something, I won't call it evil, but absolutely dystopian and cruel, when they basically attacked members of the Republican Party for actually talking about ways to save Social Security. So just even mentioning it, having the conversation, they just do an attack ad on you. And then you wonder why they come back and say, well, we need bipartisanship. We're going to work together. Except you're not allowed to actually say anything that actually has a basis and a calculator. It's perverse. Do you want to save? Is the left actually okay in 9 years of doubling poverty of seniors in America? We already have reports right now of baby boomers who've retired becoming homeless because of the inflationary cycle we just went through, not being able to pay their rent. It's just this level of cruelty, and the solution isn't spending more and more and more money because we don't have it. So let's actually walk through a couple of the other bits of math here. I was talking to some constituents this week. Actually, I was listening to them because I had almost no voice. And one of them was talking about some things they saw in the press of what would happen if we got rid of this department or this department. And I did the math for them. The entire civilian, so non-uniform workforce in America, last year's salary cost was about $213 billion. Think about that. If we're borrowing $2 trillion, if you fired every non-uniformed person in the federal government, everyone, they're all gone, you just covered 10% of the shortfall this year. There's a lack of understanding of the scale. So we're going to actually do a little bit of that. But first, I thought there was a chance tonight I'd come to the floor and say we just crossed 36 trillion. We're close. We're very, 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 very close. It looks like the Treasury may have reached into a little bit of their cash supply. Remember, Treasury keeps sometimes from $400 to $800 billion of cash. 500 is more normal. But we'll hit this before the week's over. So think of that. We clicked off another $1 trillion from 35 to 36 trillion, and we did it in about 113 days. And the projection is we'll go from this 36 trillion to 37 trillion in about 100 days. Think of that. We're functionally borrowing about $70,000+ a second. And yet, you walk through this math. So let's actually try to get a sense of what's going on. This chart is a little hard to read, but I want to make a point. I've done entire floor presentations here of showing here's all the tax hikes that the Democrats have proposed that have been scored. And then you do the economic adjustments, and you functionally get about 1.5% of GDP. The things we want to cut, if you go to non-defense discretionary and cut almost a third of non-defense discretionary, that's about 1% of GDP. So you got our 1% there, 2.5%, you add that together, or excuse me, 1.5%, our 1%, you got 2.5%. We borrowed just a little under 7% of the economy this year. Anyone see a math problem? When the left's tax hike solutions and our cut solutions get you 2.5% and we're borrowing close to 6%, but the reason I have this chart here, functionally in 9 budget years, we go from a little under 6% of the entire economy being borrowed money by the federal government to 9.2%. That basically means in about 9 budget years, we're borrowing close to $4 trillion a year. And that's on the baseline right now. That's with all of our taxes going up after next year. That's with none of the new programs, none of the new spending. That's just where we're at today. That's current law. Anyone see a math problem? At what point does the bond market come in here and say, hey, you guys are, by the end of the decade, approaching 9+% of the entire economy in borrowed money? Maybe we need a higher interest rate. Has anyone paid attention to the bond market the last 3 weeks? Have you noticed that even though the Fed started to lower interest rates, we're still sitting 4.4, 4.5 on a 10? Anyone understand that's almost a full point higher than we expected at this point in the cycle? Do you understand what 1 point of interest means? Today, interest is the second biggest expense in the federal government. Last fiscal year, it was 14.1% of all of our spending was just interest. We have an economist as part of the Joint Economic Committee, and we're trying to model saying at what point does interest and the obligation to pay it start to consume so much of our future, and then you get yourself in the debt spiral where interest rates keep going up because you're considered riskier, and you just are in this interest trap, and you almost don't have enough to cut. And we're going to show that to actually deal with the interest trap. A point of reference, forgive me for taking a sip before I lose my voice again. Think of this. The United States is number 14 on the credit stack, meaning there's 13 other countries that can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than we can. When Greece today can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States, when Greece today is actually paying down its debt from the last decade. And we're borrowing $71,000 a second. Anyone see a problem? But how many people have you seen come behind these mics? How many people on the election trail stood up in front of you and said, we got a problem? I can stand here and promise you all sorts of stuff by your vote that we have absolutely no money to pay for, so we're going to just put it on your retirement or your kid's credit card, because that's what we're doing. And understand, we've almost made a decision that in the next couple of years, Congress isn't going to run this government, the president is going to run this government, the bond market. Last year, we had to bring almost $10 trillion to market. $2 trillion virgins, new issuances, and everything else was refinanced. And if anyone's just of a finance or bond geek, the bonds we're issuing, we've been staying very short on the curve, meaning we refinance, means as we can become very fragile to little hiccups in interest. God forbid the bond vigilantes figure out some way to start to screw with U.S. sovereigns. But this is important. This is just the baseline math. 9 budget years, 9.2% of this economy will just be what we borrow in debt. And this is a calculation with no wars, no pandemics, no recessions. Do you really think we're going to go the next decade without a moment when the wheels are coming off? We're living on the edge, and yet, do our brothers and sisters, do our new incoming freshman class understand how dangerous, how fragile we're about to make the greatest republic in human history? Remember, the world, this is more, just not only the United States, the world needs the United States to be prosperous. Prosperity is moral, and we're squandering it. So let's, forgive me as I work through the lungs. So let's actually just work through some basic math. All right, here's one of my great intense frustrations. Here's basically fiscal year 24 to date. Okay, we shouldn't have done to date. We should have just done the whole date, but we didn't want to reprint the board. But the ratio I wanted to point out is everything you see here in the red, that's individual income taxes. We are a country that lives on individual income taxes. Do you see this big blue there? That's functionally Social Security. We're not allowed, we don't touch Social Security. Social Security functionally goes to Social Security. A bit of it is unemployment, a little bit of Medicare. But the FICA tax, we don't get to touch it. The fact of the matter is every month, what we collect in payroll taxes for Social Security actually isn't enough money for the checks that go out that month. Every single month, we collect the payroll taxes from your labor. Comes into the Treasury, actually, and then it's sent over to Social Security. And then Social Security sends a little note over to Treasury saying, hey, I'm holding a couple trillion of your bonds. I need you to cash in 50, 60 billion, whatever they're short. Send us the money so we can get our checks out the door. That's why the trust fund continues to shrink. They're cashing in every month because payroll taxes don't cover all the benefits going out the door. So you don't get to touch that. See over here in the powder blue or whatever color that is, it will be in about 450 billion when it's all done. But this is corporate income taxes. What I want you to understand is if you take a look at all these tax revenues, when you strip out Social Security, And then you realize that almost all that revenue barely covers our baseline spending, meaning every dime a member of Congress votes on this year, every dime of defense, every dime of non-defense discretionary will be borrowed money. So you have a member of Congress here. You're a brand new member of Congress. Yay, I get to go vote. Every dime's borrowed. And the way structurally we are, we're also going to have to borrow probably $300 billion of what goes into earned benefits. Does that sound screwed up to people? Have you had other members explain this to you? Think of that. Every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed. And if you come to me and start to say, and let's do this exercise, and look, these charts are going to be unreadable, but I want to point out that I'm trying to make a point. This is actually a bunch of the outlays. You go through all the outlays, and we're going to basically do it chart by chart. Then the next outlay. What would happen if I came and said, all right, we're going to cut, but we can't cut Social Security, we can't cut Medicare, we can't cut mandatory spending. Those are earned benefits, okay? So, but we're going to get rid of all defense. All right, defense is gone. Then we're going to go to our next chart, and we're going to get rid of defense, and let's actually get rid of, let's just get rid of a whole bunch of the discretionary budget. So we go through and get rid of foreign aid. All done, not just Ukraine, all foreign aid's gone. Let's close the IRS. Let's close all these programs. And you go through and basically wipe out, you can't touch Social Security, you can't touch Medicare, and you can't touch interest on the debt. Remember, interest on the debt last year was almost 14.1% of all of our spending, but you got to pay your bills, and you continue to just get rid of all government. At what moment are you in balance? Turns out, and I know these are unreadable, but trust me on the point, you can get rid of every dime of defense, every dime of discretionary spending, and if you keep your promises of paying back your bonds, keep your promises to Social Security and Medicare, and a couple of the other mandatory programs. So you just got rid of all government, you just got rid of all the military, you still would have to borrow money. So when you get the brain trust, it goes, if we just got rid of foreign aid, we'd be fine. And you do the math, and you show them it's like a week and a half of borrowing. And they just look at you with these daggers because they saw it on some brilliant Russian-sponsored, X or Twitter app saying, if you just got rid of this, you'd be fine. Learn the math. You'll hear the Democrats say, oh, we're going to cover it with a tax gap. We'll give $80 billion to the IRS and we'll just raise more. Came here a couple months ago and showed you. We've done that for 2 years now. It looked like we had spent $13 billion or so far in trying to do tax collections of people over $400,000, and they collected $1 billion. They had raised a fraction of a fraction of a fraction what they were able to get the joint tax and CBO to score. One of the first things we have to do when we start, we got to go back and rescore all the frauds. Because it turns out there may be a tax gap out there, but you're not going to do it with an army of people you can't hire. You do it with technology. And I'm going to show you the board that I get the most complaints about. Thank you. Because almost no one wants to hear this. But how do you fix things if you're not willing to tell the truth? Think about what a crap place this was last week. We had people come to the floor here and spend $200 billion without offsetting it. They go, but I had constituents that wanted this money. Great, find a way to pay for it. In our own, we added earmarks again. We chose not to prioritize a debt and deficit commission because those things would be hard. So you get up in front of a room and say every dime of debt for the next 30 years is demographics. And as soon as I say it, you can actually see people running for the exits. Because if you don't know it, you don't have to go tell the truth to your constituents. But it's math. It's not Republican, it's not Democrat, it's demographics. This is Medicare. This is Social Security in 9 years when the trust fund's gone. But this is the rest of government. This is the CBO score on baseline right now, without, where the taxes are going up next year, where there's no wars, no recessions, no pandemics. This is the baseline. And they still functionally have us at $115 trillion of debt. Do any of you have kids? Do any of you have grandkids? Do you like them? Is it moral that I have a 2.5-year-old? And yeah, I think that's moral. It's the greatest thing that's ever happened. I have a 9-year-old also. They're same birth mother. My wife and I it's the greatest thing that ever happened to us to be able to adopt these kids. How do I explain to that 2-year-old when he hits 21, 22 years old, baseline says the United States has to double every single tax, every excise tax, every corporate tax, everything, just to hold current services. And that our kids will be the first generation in American history to be poor. This is the morality of this place. And it doesn't have to be that way. There are incredible solutions to disrupt the cost of government. And for a bunch of the members here, it almost seems easier for them to go cut something or raise a tax than actually pass pieces of legislation saying we're going to adopt technology to crash the price of government. Even though it would be moral, you could make people healthier, you could make the air quality cleaner, and you just change the way the current bureaucratic model. Because we all walk around with these supercomputers. You do realize this is part of the solution. If anyone's listening, if the 4 or 5 people that may give a damn enough to watch this, environmental crowdsourcing YouTube Schweikert. I have a little YouTube video. It's 90 seconds. I did 7, 8 years ago. I've been trying to do that as a piece of legislation that says, why don't we just crowdsource air quality? You could wipe out the bureaucracy. You could make it like this. You get a building permit. But if you screw up, we catch you instantly. It would be really good for the environment and really pro-growth and wipe out the absurdity that shoving paper in file cabinets makes the air cleaner. It's basically documentation for the trial lawyers. You think I could ever get a hearing here? Because it's creative, it's disruptive, and the air quality engineers are going to come lobby against it. How about the ginormous drone that flies the pipeline path? So we all had this conversation over and over. We need permitting reform. Great, let's do permitting reform. But you got to change the inputs on how you do your NEPA, your environmental studies. And what happens if you could have that ginormous drone? You put ground-penetrating LiDAR under it and it runs back and forth over the pipeline path or the power line path. And it does your archaeologicals, it does your soil, it does your plant inventory. Technology, you could get much of your NEPA report written in 6 days by AI. That's thinking disruptively. And I'm incredibly hopeful that our incoming president really will follow through with, with the brains of people like Elon Musk and others who are willing to think, saying, is there a better, faster, cheaper way where it's moral? Our world gets better, healthier, but we crash the costs, crash the size of government. But you show charts like this. The Democrat solution always turns out being, well, the way we'll take care of health care is we're going to subsidize it more. How about if we embrace the technology that made it less expensive? The thing you blow into that tells you you have a virus, that orders your antivirals. Do you know that technology exists? It's just illegal because we're allowing an algorithm to write a prescription. We can crash the price of health care. Remember, the ACA Obamacare was a finance bill. Who gets subsidized and who has to pay? The Republican alternative. It was better, actuarially it was better, but it was still a finance bill. Medicare for All is a finance bill. They're not discussions of what it takes to lower the cost of health care. My joint economic economists did something we thought was really risky, and it was shocking. We even had Democrats and Republicans who said, yeah, you're going the right way. Last March, we did a study. What do you think obesity in America over the next 10 years? Turns out we calculated it could be 9.1 trillion additional healthcare costs. Plus the fact our brothers and sisters are dying. This may be the 5th year in a row where prime-age males are dying younger. Forgive me. But the concept that making America healthier, it may mean having to do things that are hard. It may have re-examining the Farm Bill, what we do in nutrition support, how we help our brothers and sisters, but our brothers and sisters are dying. And also, it would be great fiscal policy, because it turns out obesity is the single biggest cost in government. If you had to come up, it's moral. Is that Republican or Democrat? I'm sure we'll make it partisan because someone will contribute to one side or the other, and then we'll go to war over it. But the fact of the matter is there's actual solutions that are not hacking apart government, are raising everyone's taxes, but is changing how we do things. Right now, forgive me, when 31% of Medicare spending is just diabetes, why do we do this to ourselves? Why is it so hard to think disruptively, to think morally, to challenge the armies of lobbyists who are walking up and down our hallways? And remember, those lobbyists aren't always corporates. They're, good government groups. They're societies that just want to be subsidized. They're bureaucrats. And basically looking at all of them and saying, what's more moral? Making people healthier or sticking more cash into the maintenance of your misery? Because the model right now is we spend a fortune maintaining your misery. Put the money in things that produce cures. And we're going to talk a little bit about that. So, look, I want to talk about how serious we are on this. We've been trying to do simple things. If you read some of the stories, Wall Street Journal gets amazing credit. Over the last few months, they've done amazing stories on Medicare fraud. We have pieces of legislation that functionally would use AI because it's data science. The fastest way you find fraud in government, particularly in things like Medicare and Medicaid, is data, not an army of lawyers. It's data scientists. We think we can get you $60 billion a year just on that. Sorry about that. Clean claims. What would happen if just by using technology, the constant battle between the doctor and the insurance company and the healthcare provider, we just say, look, we're going to use technology, it meets the doctor's notes, meets the insurance contract, pay it. We think we can get you $31 billion a year just doing that, and it's technology. We've looked at other things. This is already a piece of legislation of just wiping out some of the fraud in some of the employer retention. We estimate we can get, and we can still pay the people that we owe the money to, wipe out the fraud. We think we just got you $79 billion a year. Those are just a couple of the bills we already have. If you add that up, didn't I just show you almost 150? We need $400 billion a year to cover the tax hikes that are coming. My point is the way you cut the price of government, yeah, there's a whole bunch of programs we need to get rid of. But you got to understand some of the discussions are much tougher. If you take a look at the 800 and some billion that's in the non-defense discretionary, you do realize about 38–40% of that is money we take, we borrow, And we send it to entities around the country, your city, your town, your state, that have their own taxing authority. They're programs we love, justice grants, other things. They're good programs, but we're doing it with borrowed money and we're giving it to entities that have their own taxing authority. That's a tough conversation. Look, another thing we're also, forgive me, and we're going to do, and when we get back in December, I'm going to do a much more detailed presentation on this, because this is one of those that most idiots like me that are in public office are terrified to talk about. But we actually spent part of our summer really digging into the math of immigration and illegal border crossing and what it does and affects, because you were seeing these articles, particularly in the left-wing press, hey, these several million undocumented or asylum seekers, look at the economic growth we're getting. But then we overlaid, but what's the cost? You know, with the social services to populations and where you are in the tax. And it's not personal. It's just math. Well, it turns out when we dug into it, if you actually go with people, let's say you did a talent-based immigration system in America, like Great Britain, like New Zealand, like Australia, like from Canada, basically the rest of the world. Let's make a point. In the 70s and 80s, the world fought for hydrocarbons. Remember, no war for oil. In the last decade, it was rare earths. The literature makes it very clear, from today through probably the next 20, 30 years, nations are going to battle for smart people. Remember, there's math out there. If you go look at the data on the Census Bureau's own website, it could be from 11 years to about 16, 18 years. The United States will start having more deaths than births. We're a dying society. We don't fix things, we're a dying society. Think of that. The shortest on the numbers is 11 years, more deaths than births. So if I came to you and said, we're going to move to a talent-based immigration system, because it turns out people with advanced degrees, they pay a boatload of taxes. They grow the economy. They expand GDP. Our brothers and sisters, they may be wonderful people, but it turns out the economic effects of those without a lot of skills, when they come into the United States, they actually squeeze out and lower the labor value of your domestic population that's often in those lowest quartiles. So you're the couple that didn't finish high school, but you're out hanging drywall, you're working your heart out, and all of a sudden you bring in how many people with a similar skill set? What happened to your labor rates? And that's the cruelty. What this administration did on the border was incredibly cruel to the working poor. But what if I tell you, if we do some things right in the tax code fixes, hey, we want expensing on research and development, so we're always innovating. Well, it turns out for that really to take off and grow the economy, we need a lot more smart people. Is it sane to be a country that invites people from around the world to come do your graduate degree, get your college degree, and then say, hey, congratulations, you learned the American technology, the American ethos. Oh, you got to get the hell out of here. Send them back home. We're out of our minds. But we're the last country functioning on earth that still has a familial immigration system, where you come to America because of who your family is. I know that seems compassionate, but right now I'm trying to figure out how to pay for the promises we've made. And it turns out, so ideas like we need to move to a talent-based immigration system while doing other things, because it's a unified theory. I need this to make this work, so they both raise money for the government, so we grow. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, thank you for being patient with my losing my voice. The point I want to make, there's hope. There's a way you can make the math work. But you can't continue to live in this fantasy world of, oh, don't worry about debt and deficit. Somehow magically, it's going to just disappear. It's magically going to do this. It's magically going to do that. There is a way to make the math work, and this becomes another American century. But we can't keep doing public policy by our feelings. We actually have to do it by a calculator and good quality economics. And it's how we will stay a free people, because do you understand the dystopian life our world will be when we smash up against a debt crisis? And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
He's right here.
I'm sorry, I may have gone.
The gentleman has 26 minutes remaining.
It did go much faster than that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
Thank the Speaker, and I thank my friend from Arizona, battling through as he's recuperating from illness to come down on the floor and make sure that the American people fully understand the fiscal state of our country. He does it well, he does it eloquently. But it's about time we turn it into action, as I know the gentleman from Arizona agrees. My friend from Arizona was holding a chart that said $36 trillion because our country is about to cross the Rubicon of $36 trillion of debt. We will be staring at well over $40 trillion of debt within the next year and a half. If there's anything that should guide the Republican majority in the House of Representatives, the Republican majority in the United States Senate, and President Trump in the White House, it's that we must stop this disastrous spending of other people's money by the federal government in such a way that we are destroying the future of our kids and grandkids. But the problem is, I'll say this here tonight, and my friend from Arizona will say this, but what are we going to do about it? So let me just lay out a couple of thoughts about this as we come out of this historic win by President Trump with Republicans controlling the White House, the House, and the Senate. So what are we going to do with it? Well, I'll tell you what we have to do. We have to actually deliver on the promises that we made, that we campaigned upon, and as my friend from Ohio, Congressman Jim Jordan likes to say, do what we said we would do. It is time. There is no room for excuses. Now, what are some of the excuses I'm already hearing? We don't have 60 votes in the Senate. I was hearing that excuse last summer before we even had the elections. I've heard one of my colleagues go on national television and talk about how we can't deport the people who have been released into the United States. Backing away from the sign that was on the front of the building at the RNC that said, mass deportations. The American people will remember whether we respond and do what we said we would do. In Britain, the Tories, they said, you know what? We're going to stop all of the illegal immigration. We're going to remove people who came here illegally. They didn't do it, and they were sent to the ash bin of history. They were removed. And the United Kingdom right now is struggling. That cannot be where we go as Americans. President Trump was ushered in with a mandate. Republicans in the House were ushered in with a mandate. Republicans in the Senate were ushered in with a mandate. The mandate was to make the cost of living affordable again for the average American family, so they can live their lives, pay their bills, afford a house, afford a car, afford health care, afford a school for their kids, remove their kids from trapped, failing public schools. And the other part of the mandate was to secure the border of the United States, secure our country, restore sovereignty, and remove the people who are illegally and illegitimately dumped into the United States lawlessly, illegally by President Biden, Vice President, border czar Kamala Harris, and impeached disgracefully Homeland Secretary Mayorkas. So what will we do as Republicans? It is my view, it is the view of many in this chamber, that we must immediately secure the border of the United States and provide President Trump what is necessary to do so, both in terms of resources, but also in terms of law. We, I am proud to say, passed the strongest border security measure we've ever passed a year and a half ago, H.R. 2. We should pass that bill in January. We should send it to the Senate. We should force that debate in the Senate. We should make those 7 Democrats have to answer to their constituents about whether they want to secure the border of the United States. We should not be afraid of that. We should send over a reconciliation package from the House of Representatives that immediately addresses remittances to Mexico, take fees on the remittances sent there and other countries around the world. When people come to our country illegally, wire money back home, tax those remittances, take that money, use it to pay for the wall, to pay for ICE agents, to pay for Border Patrol, apply fees, parole fees, to the parolees that were released unlawfully into the United States with notices to appear in court all the way into the 2030s, make them pay fees. And they can pay those fees and then go through the process, or they can leave. But we're going to have to take all of those folks and remove them from the country, and in the process, they can pay fees while we wait to figure out their notices to appear that were given to them, I believe, unlawfully. But we can use that to pay for the process. While we deport criminals, while we deport the people who came here who are gotaways, while we deport the 1 million people who have already been issued orders of removal, we can then line up the people who are given those notices to appear, take those fees, process those claims, and remove the vast majority of them. We should do all of that as soon as we can in January. But we've got to do that here in the chamber with a reconciliation package that will empower the president, give him the tools necessary to secure the border, and put pressure on those who are here illegally. But also, we need to repeal these subsidies that were in the so-called Inflation Reduction Act that are jacking up the cost of energy and utilities for the vast majority of the American people, empowering our enemies, empowering China, actively engaging in corporate cronyism that are enriching the few at the expense of the many. And I want to look straight at big corporate America, including some of our folks in Texas and big oil and big gas that are now saddling up to the trough to take these great big subsidies. Your time is up. It's got to be up. Because while I've got some colleagues here in the chamber, including on my side of the aisle, who are running around to the microphone talking about how we're going to need to lift the caps, get rid of the caps that are currently in place on the deductions that people can take for state and local taxes, i.e. a federal subsidy for high tax jurisdictions, particularly in the Northeast. But I'll look in the mirror. That includes property taxes in Texas, which are off the charts, embarrassingly so. We shouldn't do that. The federal government should not be subsidizing high tax jurisdictions. So while some of my colleagues here from states that have allowed it to fester, to become high tax jurisdictions, we shouldn't subsidize that. If we get rid of the cap that was put in place in the 2017 deal, that will cost over $1 trillion over 10 years. Now, let me put that in perspective. If we were to renew the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017 from President Trump's agenda, according to the Congressional Budget Office, that would cost somewhere over $5 trillion over 10 years, or $500 billion a year for 10 years. Now, that does not factor in economic growth. There would be some. But the corporate rates are permanent. The provisions in the TCJA, by all objective measures, would not generate the revenue to pay for themselves. So we're going to have to cut spending so that we can leave that money in the hands of the American people, as the TCJA set out to do. So that means you're going to have to cut the Inflation Reduction Act. We're going to have to do it. This isn't a debatable proposition, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to have anything resembling a deficit-neutral tax reconciliation package, we must cut the Inflation Reduction Act. We must repeal it. We must roll back the abusive student loan forgiveness programs. We must make changes that were dotted throughout the discretionary spending with respect to the IRS expansion, leftover COVID monies. We should restore non-defense spending to pre-COVID levels, which would save somewhere around $200 billion a year. My point is, Republicans are going to have to actually put up or shut up. We cannot walk out here, throw up a board and say, we're going to just pass all of these tax cuts or restore the existing tax cuts, and then pretend like we don't need to cut spending at the same time. We do. We must. And we mustn't remove the tax pay-fors that enabled that bill to pass in the first place, including those limits on the deduction for high tax jurisdiction, state and local tax deductions. The fact of the matter is, if we're going to serve our country well, and I think it's really important for everybody to know, it is going to be pitched battle for some of us to convince our own Republican Party that we need to fight to get it to even deficit neutral. And if we get it to deficit neutrality, we're still losing $2 trillion a year. We spend about $6.5, almost $7 trillion. We bring in about $4.5 to $5 trillion. Now, my friend from Arizona put up all the charts on the mandatory spending. He is right. We need reforms. We need innovation. But most of all, we need a backbone and a willingness to actually address the problem. But if my friends are going to come in January and say, well, we're just going to throw out all these tax policies, but we're not going to deal with spending, then we're going to leave our country in a worse place. Now, there are a lot of things we can consider. President Trump has talked about doing tariffs. That would certainly bring in revenue, and we certainly should consider. There are pros and cons to tariffs, and we certainly should consider the pro of significant revenue you could bring in. But let's be very clear. If you're going to do a tariff, which is a tax, and you're going to tax goods and services that are coming in from overseas, fine. There might be some upsides to that in terms of American manufacturing. Then we should consider what that impact is on the average hardworking family. Remember that when tariffs were put in place 8 years ago, we then had to pass a bill for $45 billion to bail out farmers. Look, I'm just trying to lay down a marker for my colleagues and for my constituents and for people viewing at home that we've got to deliver. And to deliver means being serious. And being serious means we got to stop spending money we don't have. We got a balanced budget of the United States, which we've been talking about for 4 decades. We need to enact good, sensible tax policy that will create growth. but it can't be blind. You can't just pretend and throw it out and say, oh, this will all pay for itself, when you're ignoring our duty to cut the size, scope of government and reduce spending. Because you cut taxes all the way to zero, I'm for it. But stop spending money. But I will take bets right now on whether we will have the willpower to do the actual cutting that is necessary. Watch for the games that are played. Oh, we can't get it done in 10 years. Well, let's make it a 4-year deal. See, if it's a 4-year deal, then maybe you can pay for it. You can afford it. But then what does that do? That sets up another cliff in 4 years. You want to get investment going in the United States? Make low tax rates permanent. You want to get capital formation moving? Stop making the tax rates expire in 2 years, 4 years, or 6 years. Set sensible tax policy, make it permanent, make it responsible, and then get the hell out of the way of America's innovators, entrepreneurs, inventors, and strong businessmen and women. But I'm not sure we're going to do that. K Street will love to walk in here and say, we got to have, the TCJA's got to get done. We need our R&D and expensing. Hey, but we need to go cut some spending over here. Oh, no, don't cut my subsidies. I mean, you got like Exxon and big oil and gas companies in here saying, no, I want to keep those subsidies. Why do they need subsidies? Why are we paying them to build inefficient, non-reliable energy? Why are we subsidizing electric vehicles, which won't dent CO2 production, but we're subsidizing China and the battery production in China and the mining of minerals by China? That's what we're doing. Yet 19 Republicans signed a letter in August saying we shouldn't repeal the Inflation Reduction Act. I've got multiple members of this body saying we've got to lift the SALT cap. I've got a whole bunch of people saying all the tax cuts will pay for themselves. Some will, some won't. And I got nobody saying we should cut spending other than on the margins. That ain't going to work. That math isn't going to add up. The fact is, we've got great news coming out of the president's transition team, with Elon and Vivek and a whole bunch of people around the president talking about the Department of Government Efficiency. I would prefer it be called the Department of Government Elimination, for what it's worth. I think that would be better. I'm not looking for an efficient government. I'm looking for a much smaller government. But I love what I'm hearing out of Elon and Vivek and others, that they want to come and slash and burn all the waste, fraud, and abuse. It's overdue. We need to fire the bureaucrats. We need to downsize, cut the bureaucracy. Whatever few programs should exist under the Constitution should be small, minimal, block granted to the states, get the federal government out of the way, get the federal government doing its job, secure the border, secure our communities by removing illegal aliens who are dangerous, getting people off of the social welfare state, getting every person who is here illegally, anybody here who's not a citizen, off of all of the social welfare state, strengthening our military, destroying the woke policies and DEI and critical race theory that are killing the military. Get rid of it. End endless wars. Rebuild our military to be modern but sparingly used. Take care of our veterans by giving them what they need to go to doctors and communities, rather than a big bloated bureaucracy that is now, I think, the 5th biggest line item on our budget. These are all things we can do if we have the willpower to do it. Reform Medicaid, reform Medicare. Do the things that we need to help the average American. But what are we going to do about health care? My friend, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's been nominated by the president, talks about making America healthy again. He's right. Much like the corruption in our energy world, where big corporate America and the big wind and solar are all getting big subsidies from the government to build inefficient energy, so too are insurance companies, hospitals, pharmaceutical companies getting rich off of taxpayers, getting subsidies, getting mandates, getting monopolies to roll right over the American people, while we have collusion between USDA and NIH and CDC and all of the rules and regulations they make that subsidize through the SNAP program, subsidizing sugary drinks, subsidizing processed food, making America unhealthy, making them sicker, then prescribing medicine, over-vaccinating, so you get 50 shots by the time you're 20 for 14 or 15 different vaccines. Over-medicating people, medicating for them for depression. And then taking away their ability to go to the doctor of their choice because you've given all the power to insurance bureaucrats to tell you what your health care looks like. You've given all the power to big monopolistic hospital corporations buying up regional hospitals and making it impossible for physicians to own hospitals while you allow private equity firms to own hospitals. What are we doing? We're destroying the doctor-patient relationship. We're destroying American health care. And if you want to save it, then we need to embrace healthcare freedom. In our reconciliation package, we must be aggressive in expansive health savings accounts, expansive direct primary care, pull out the bias towards the employer-provided care by making it to where the employers can give employees the same subsidy for the same tax break into a health savings account. And an American citizen who doesn't work for a big corporation can put their money for the same tax break in the same health savings account. And they can take that and go to the market and pay for a doctor and pay for medicine, go to direct primary care, go get insurance in a market that is not overly regulated so they can actually get health care. Because right now the American people aren't getting it. The American people are getting screwed. They're getting fatter. They're getting sicker. They are unhealthy because of government bureaucracy, because of government regulation, and because we refuse as Republicans to deliver on what we've been saying for 3 decades, that we would get government out of the way. It's not about repealing Obamacare. It's about repealing the alphabet soup of government regulation that is constraining the ability for innovation, the entrepreneurial spirit, the ability of doctors and patients to be able to provide the care that is necessary. We can do it. We just have to decide to do it. But we're going to have 1 or 2 or 3 bites at this apple early this year to deliver for the American people. Obamacare was passed on reconciliation. If you're familiar with COBRA, that thing that allows you to extend between your employment when you get a gap in employment to get insurance coverage. Do you know why it's called COBRA? Right? It's the Consolidated Something Budget Reconciliation Act. COBRA. It was passed on a reconciliation bill. We do this all the time. And frankly, it's not the best way to make policy. But we need to use the reconciliation tool in the House chamber, send over to the Senate, transformational policy changes, ladies and gentlemen, not nibbling around the edges. It is time to transform this country, because if we don't do it now, we're going to lose it. If we don't constrain spending now, if we don't set the trajectory of lower debt now, we will have freedom now, we will lose it. We will be jammed with single-payer health care and be left with a life of having to beg some bureaucrat in an insurance company being run by people on Wall Street that are basically being told what to do by government bureaucrats, and that's how you get your health care in a worse than single-payer system. If we don't act right now, we're not going to secure the border permanently. We're going to just give lip service. We can't do that. It's not enough just to reinstate Remain in Mexico. It's not enough just to reinstate Title 42. It's not enough just to stop the flow at the border to 30,000 instead of 180,000. Because if I recall when President Trump ran in 2016 and he said build the wall, that's what the numbers were. Republicans have got to remember to not let them shift the Overton window and then beg for the crumbs to go partly back. If we repeal the Inflation Reduction Act fully right now, we just restored the dang status quo from 2022. I didn't run for Congress in 2018 to get my butt kicked in 2022 with a crappy bill and then beg to try to get it back to the place of the crap, but right before the crappy bill. Like, we can't do that. I didn't come here to say, well, we're $36 trillion in debt. Man, God bless America. I really hope that we're only going to be $59 trillion in debt instead of $62 trillion in debt in 10 years. I just made those numbers up, and they're probably not even close. My point is, we have to transform the country. We have American people right now who are inspired for change. They sent us here to secure the border, not to make excuses. Stop the flow, deport the people illegitimately put in our country, freeze legal immigration, modernize our system, figure out what our labor supply is, figure out what the workforce looks like, train American citizens, let those citizens go to trade academies and learn how to do the jobs we need, get all of these American workers who are sitting on the couch, who are upside down on the workforce while we import people but American citizens aren't working, fix that, and then talk to me about more immigration. Don't come in here with your Chamber of Commerce talking points. I don't want to hear it. I'm sick of it. The Chamber of Commerce and all of the big corporate America and Wall Street have been screwing this country for 2 or 3 decades. They have. Because it is because of them and the editorial page of the Wall Street Journal that we haven't fixed our border over the last 3 decades. And if we don't do our job now, we're going to be sent to the ash bin of history as Republicans. Secure the border, no excuses. Mass deportations, no excuses. Freeze immigration, fix the system. Pass budgets that balance and cut spending. Reduce the debt. Reduce the bureaucracy. Cut the bureaucrats. Fire the people who need to be fired. Don't make excuses about why you can't do it. Give the people, the American people, the health care freedom they deserve. Give them expanded health savings accounts. Give them access to direct primary care. Give them access to real insurance products. Allow them to choose. Don't keep empowering big corporate America. Don't keep empowering pharmaceutical companies and insurance companies. Empower Americans. Empower doctors. Empower entrepreneurs. Empower small businesses. Empower American energy. Repeal the Inflation Reduction Act. Stop subsidizing China. Stop subsidizing big oil with the subsidies they're taking on wind and solar. President Trump is creating a team that wants to go through and dismantle the bureaucratic state. God bless him for it. Tom Homan is the border czar. God bless him. He's a good friend, and I expect him to do a great job. Bobby Kennedy Jr., I don't agree with him on everything. I don't. He knows that. We talk about it. But I expect him to challenge the status quo. I expect him to try to make America healthy again. I expect him to try to make sure that the American people have the truth about the food they eat, the truth about the vaccines they take, the truth about the medicine they take, and the corruption and the revolving door between all of the entities that are making money and the people in the government that are helping them make money, while we don't get the truth on what food we're putting in our body, what medicines we're putting in our body, and then free up the American people. Tulsi Gabbard, a good friend, she herself targeted by the intelligence community. I hope she'll break that down. Mike Waltz, Brendan Carr at the FCC, who believes in free speech, but more importantly, in stopping the big tech stomping on our rights. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, Matt Gaetz at the Attorney General's office in the Department of Justice. We need people who are going to root out corruption, who are going to root out all of the weaponized state over in the bureaucracy. But the president can't do it alone. We are Article 1. We are the people's house. We have an obligation in this body to do the job the American people sent us here to do. We represent, each of us, 750,000 people. I represent 750,000 Texans. I answer to them, I answer to God, and I answer to the Constitution. That is it. I don't answer to party leadership. I don't answer to the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue. I answer to them. That should guide us. We should come together so that we are all responding to the people who sent us here to change this town. No more doing the same old thing. The time is up. We cannot look at our kids and grandkids and believe that we're going to pass down a country to them if we continue to do the same old thing. We have been given an opportunity and we should take it. I do not want to have to give another speech on the floor of the House in which I say, name one thing. I want to be able to say, name 100 things that we've done for the American people. Name 100 things that we've accomplished. And those things should be shrinking government, cutting spending, empowering people, restoring liberty, securing the country, doing the things the Constitution gave us the power to do, nothing more, nothing less. That is our obligation. That is our mandate. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Move to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.